Adventure time. Come on, grab your cat. We'll go on and I forget how I made this parody. I should have it in front of me. But we're live. Fuck it.
Why, hello everyone, and welcome to Blasphemy and Brews. How are we tonight? I'm wonderful. How are you, Steve?
Do you want me to smile and say wonderful, or are we going for an emotional unload?
You know, it's a wild card kind of night. Whatever you feel.
Oh, let's see. My transmission shot in my car. Places are not getting back to me regarding interviews, despite there being a worker shortage. And
Worker shortage.
Yes. But I finished the script for my first episode of my podcast, so hey, silver lining.
Which, if you know that podcast, I can put it in the description.
Look. Once I'm a little bit ahead in the workflow, I'm going to be doing an early March launch. Then we can do the cross promotion thing, and I can get the scores and scores of loyal listeners and blow me up in iTunes and Spotify charts. Get me some of that Joe Rogan money.
Yeah, Joe Rogan money. Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad that even though everything else is shit, you've gotten one thing done, and that's really the important thing.
Yeah. And how have things been on your end, Kat? I mean, I know, but I'm not sure if everyone else does.
Awesome. I have an easy fucking job. It's fucking cake work. They give me free caffeine. I can have as much tea and coffee as I want. There's boxes and boxes of tea. I, in the past week, have had like 22 fucking cups of Earl Grey tea.
All right, Captain Picard. Tone it down a notch.
Look, they have like 4 different brands of Earl Grey tea, and then like a bunch of uncaffeinated tea, and it's like, well,
what's the point? Well, actually, I'm drinking uncaffeinated tea right now.
Yeah, that's the thing. I like uncaffeinated tea sometimes. Like, you know, like a nice like you ever had like a nice like, you know, fucking like peppermint, you know, tea, or like, you know,
no, that's great.
Like a ginger mango or something, and it's uncaffeinated, and it's just, yeah, it's great. But like, fuck you, I want the caffeine. And I'm not going to drink the plain Lipton black tea. I'm not a fucking animal.
I mean, if I want caffeine, I'll make coffee.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. At that point, I'll just drink a thing of coffee instead of making a cup of tea. But they have an infinite amount of Earl Grey tea, and I like Earl Grey tea. So...
What is that formula for an infinite, like, mass of cup times quantity of tea equals infinite Earl Grey?
Well, I am the only one on second shift who drinks tea.
Okay, so it's you. It's yours. The tea is yours.
Basically.
They hired you to take care of the tea stockpile they have.
Yep. That seems to be the case, because well, there's like 24 boxes of tea. Just
wow.
And there's a whole Keurig with about like 18 boxes of like the Keurig thingies. They have an Xbox in the break room, man.
What?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. Okay, you want to know how great this job is? They told me, yeah, you know, you can just take your lunch whenever, really. You know, after 6 hours, you have to take a lunch. because, like, you're legally required to if you're going to keep on working. But, like, basically any time between, like, 4 p.m. and, like, 8 p.m., you can start your lunch. You can have it, like, half an hour or a full hour, whichever you'd prefer, really.
Holy crap, this place sounds great for manufacturing job. As far as manufacturing jobs
Yeah,
go.
yeah. For manufacturing, it's basically the best. Because they don't give a shit. You can eat on the floor. You can drink on the floor. If you smoke, you can take a smoke break whenever the fuck you want.
So pretty much as long as you're in spec and your machine's running, they don't give a fuck.
Yep, it's great. It's awesome. I love it. It's honestly one of the best jobs I've had.
I'm really happy for you, Kat.
I'm really happy for me. Hey, they're opening up a place in Texas, so...
Yeah,
I'll try that on Monday.
Hey, and you know what? If they call you out on it, just mention you're practicing your American freedoms. Your God-given right to shit.
They wound up pairing me with the only other person not from New York to train.
Okay.
Because I'm training on the machine he knows how to use.
Okay.
So basically anytime anything goes wrong, we're both just like, yeah, we're not from here.
You guys, these are weird New York screws and, washers and nuts and the fuck is this?
Yep.
We're used to the Midwest screws and nuts and washers.
I haven't had to fix the machine once.
Okay, as someone who had like half a decade of manufacturing experience, you shouldn't. Okay? Just because
yeah, you
companies I
shouldn't.
worked at pretty much had like, oh, maintenance is off duty right now. Can you fix that? Don't be a fucking idiot like me and say,
Yeah.
I guess I'll figure it out. No, it's not part of your fucking job description.
I'm not allowed to say what from Wisconsin label we printed. I mean, but we printed a label from Wisconsin, and I'm like, oh, I've been there.
I want a hint, but you can give it to me later after the show when your NDA wouldn't be violated.
Yes, correct. That's why I'm saying. I was just very excited because I'm like, I know that place.
Well, I was gonna say, like, again, I was in manufacturing for a while. Totally get it. You can't talk about like who your customers are.
Yeah. I mean, like, I get it for some things because, like, obviously, like, where I work, we do a lot of like shit involving labels for like beer and weed. So you can't talk about like who it is because they might be releasing a new product.
Right.
And it's like I don't even know any of these fucking places anyways, and I don't really care because it's like I can't smoke. Well, I could smoke. I would just be half dead, but I don't smoke, and like I fucking drink Milwaukee's Best. So I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about the fancy fucking beer or wine or whatever. I don't fucking care. But it's like, yeah, I get it. They could be releasing a new product. And then some of the things, it's just like, that's not even a product. That's just a sticker. Whatever. Like, I get it. I can't say, but good job. I like it, though. So, the topic for tonight. Right on, Conrad, Steve. So, basically, my whole gestalt with this is, you know, how, like, Christianity, like cultural Christianity, because, like, Ben Shapiro, for example, believes in Judeo-Christian values, which aren't a thing, because Judaism and Christianity have radically different value sets, violently different value sets. Like, just for example, you want to know what Judaism focuses on from Leviticus? Take care of orphans, widows, make sure they have food. Make sure orphans have food. Just old people who can't work for themselves. Make sure they're not dying in their homes.
Hey,
the
Kat.
homeless, help them.
Hey, Kat, that sounds like some commie bullshit, and you know it.
Yeah. Well, Jews are kind of soft commies. I mean...
No wonder Russia was cool with them.
Right up until... Well, to be fair, Russia was cool with them, and then Stalin wasn't.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. Russia was just like, oh, actually, your values kind of line up with ours pretty easily. Cool, great. And Stalin was like...
Unrelated tangent. This movie exists. I can't recall what it's called right now. It has Daniel Craig in it. And it's about essentially a Jewish community that was in the Soviet Union, and then Germany invaded because they needed that good old Lieberschmott, and pretty much how these two brothers kind of had opposite extremes. Like Daniel Craig's character was focused on stay low, have the community survive out in the middle of nowhere, and another brother joined the Red Army. And that brother was the guy who played Sabretooth in X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Decent movie.
Yeah. So, the point is, cultural Christianity and also religious Christianity, and how that affects... I didn't want to write this in the title, except I kind of did, because I actually don't think I told you what this episode is called.
No, I didn't. I'm realizing I haven't looked.
Blasphemy and Brews, or How I Learned to Love the Cough.
I mean, that's brilliant. I'm feeling guilty for not ever watching Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Love the Bomb now. But
yeah.
I know the gist. I know yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers. I'm going to ride this A-bomb down like a fucking bronco at the rodeo. Yippee-ki-yay!
Yeah, really, you could just watch The Offspring Dividing by Zero. That's good enough. But, so the whole point of this episode... This started out with a weird long ramble, and that's my fault. Because I can't get to a point very quickly. But how cultural and religious Christianity influences science denial largely, and particularly like anti-vax nonsense. Right? Because, well, it does.
I mean, it isn't exclusively that. Like, I was just reading an article earlier today about how Oklahoma is in the process of passing legislature that any teacher in Oklahoma can be fined $10,000 if they teach something that contradicts with the Christian narrative. Obviously they're talking about science primarily.
Well, yeah.
Now, I'm not sure if that was passed already, if they're just working on passing it. Regardless, obviously, it won't hold up once it's put in front of a federal judge, but just the fact that they're trying to put it through.
It's... Well, the Freedom from Religion Foundation is, right, 40 minutes away from where we went to high school, right?
This is news to me, but okay.
It is. It's just up towards Madison.
Okay.
Yeah. I've talked to them. Good people. Jim Majors has a fantastic mustache. I don't think he's at the one in Madison, though.
Okay.
But that's besides the point. Yeah, and there's a lot of science denialism just because it's conservative Christianity. And it's the way they operate really because it also leads into all sorts of other weird things like QAnon and stuff. Like they blend together super well because conservative Christianity, especially like evangelicals who are, young earth creationists, they already believe that science is lying to them. Because they think the earth is, depending on who you ask, anywhere between 6,000 and 10,000 years old. Actually, the oldest I've heard was 1,350 years, which is weirdly specific, but I kind of dig it.
Wait. They said 1,350 years.
No, I'm sorry, 13,500.
Okay. I was going to say, I think they're missing a zero.
Yeah, I'm missing a zero
because 650 AD then.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that is some wibbly wobbly timey wimey shit right there.
I love that quote. By the way, Christopher Eccleston, great doctor, very underappreciated.
I completely agree, and I keep on telling you, Smith is my doctor.
Yeah.
Geronimo.
I still like Eccleston. I also like Scarf, but Scarf is an old doctor.
I was gonna say all the OG doctors are way before my time.
Well, yeah, they were before.
I only know Scarf because he's a pop culture icon.
Yeah, I'd fuck Scarf. Just saying.
Most of my exposure to Scarf was the epic rap battle of history of Doc Brown versus Doctor.
You're right. He was in that. That had Tennant and Scarf. Yeah.
Yep.
But it's going back. It's disturbing how well. Yeah, Spooky, the old one. Yeah, Tom Baker. Yeah. It's disturbing how well anti-vax shit fits in with a lot of this conservative Christianity. And it's a cultural thing. It's not just a religious thing. People who aren't particularly Christian fall into this because, like, the culture they're in, especially in rural areas like where we're from, where they're insulated and everyone kind of thinks the same thing. That's why there's such a huge anti-vax movement in that one part of Wisconsin, Door County.
Well, to draw from personal experience, for obvious reasons, as I've stated before, I've cut contact with my parents, but my brother still works in the same building as my father. So, while he tries to avoid him like the plague, he catches stuff through the grapevine. So, I can only assume my father got the vaccination out of he works in a hospital, and frankly, his job is forfeit if he doesn't. My mother is adamantly refusing the vaccine because she trusts in the power of the Holy Spirit to keep her safe in these trying times. God will protect and keep me safe. I have faith. And then here's the crazy thing. Another one of my siblings, who, and you know them, like lives in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yep.
They are kind of free spirit, hippy dippy,
Yeah.
travel, not a conservative bone in their body, but they are refusing the
Oh.
vaccine. Hell, they got COVID about
Oh.
2 months back.
God
But yeah,
damn.
even like 4 months prior to that, they were like, "I'm not gonna get the vaccine, even though I'm gonna be coming back to the Continental 48 for a wedding." It's like,
Ugh.
hold up, why? Oh, and they lost one of their jobs because of
Yeah.
it. Why? Oh, because it's so unsafe. It isn't tested. Have you heard what they're putting in it? Oh my god. You
Wh-
know, it's like
Which
they're just trying to use us all as guinea pigs. It's like
that's what bothers me. They have a non-mRNA vaccine you can take.
mhm.
I think Johnson and Johnson and someone else has a non-mRNA vaccine you can take. It's not going to be as effective. But if for whatever reason you're distrustful of the mRNA vaccine, they have another vaccine for you,
Mhm.
which is, we like, by the way, these vaccines have been tested quite a bit
Yeah.
because they've been working on making sure we have something for coronavirus. That's why the shit came out so quick,
I mean,
because they were
yeah, they
worried about a coronavirus outbreak because it's fucking SARS.
yeah, right. It's they had the blueprints essentially for this as far as the biology and chemistry goes for well over a decade.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
They've
that's
been
how
working
we
on
were
it
able to
since.
get to human trials by, I think, summer of
Yeah,
2020.
yeah.
Like summer 2020, there were we were doing human trials. And then I think like the first official, this is not a trial patient. UK gave the stamp of approval in December 2020. And then that one lady, that really old lady, was the first, person like, yeah, you got it. You got the shot.
Yeah. Well, it's so weird because it's like these have been tested. It's just like the specific, like, each time like the strains come out, they release a new one. It's like, yeah,
Mhm.
because it mutates about at the same rate as the flu.
Yeah.
It's just so many people have like this is the issue. The which it's entirely possible because we've already said it multiple times, but the coronavirus, like it, a lot of people have it, like a lot. It's not that it's that deadly; it's that it's super fucking contagious,
Yep. Well, and
and that's the thing. Okay, sure, yeah. Let's just say it's less than 0.5% of people who get it die. But if like 90% of people get it, then like 0.5% of the people die. That's millions.
yeah, I did the math actually early on when all this started.
Hmm.
And it was clear that pretty much every business under the sun was not going to be doing any sort of common sense stuff like, "Hey, are we really essential?" "Yes." No, no, you're really not." "Yes, we are. We're very essential." "You're really not, but okay." Like the factory I
Yeah.
was working at the time. So 4 12-hour shifts,
Yep.
rotating 12s, about 50 people per shift, so 200 people. So it's
Yeah.
like, statistically, somebody's dying.
Yep.
Somebody in that company's dying. The town we
Yep.
lived
About
in,
one.
yeah,
Mhm. Yep.
60,000 people.
To
Statistically, we're lose
to
300 people dead.
to be fair, where we lived, our particular area used to have extremely low COVID rates
Oh, yeah,
because
used to.
yeah, used to because no one goes there unless you
Mhm.
work there or you live there or you're just driving through. on your way to somewhere else.
If you aren't from that city, you only stop for gas.
Yeah, exactly. So when I moved, I think we had 3 cases. And they were all at the hospital.
April, right?
Yeah. I only heard about 3 cases. It was very low. And those were the only cases in the county that I saw.
Yeah.
Well, confirmed cases. I know there were a lot more that were post-confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well...
early testing was not the most accurate.
Yeah, because the issue was... a lady at the hospital... literally, right before COVID, she came back from fucking Turkey or something.
Yeah.
And then came back, and then it was confirmed with her. And like I said, there were a lot of people confirmed after I moved that, had it before I moved. But at the time, there's only like 3 cases. And then even then, it really, statistically, was really low. And I mean, it jumped in like 2 orders of magnitude. But it was still statistically really low. And then parts of Wisconsin decided, well, we're a Christian community. Jesus. Hello, Kevin. Yeah, well, here's the issue. It's like in New York, people just wear masks. Like they'll bitch about like, yeah, masks are annoying.
Oh no, I will agree with that.
Them.
I'm blue in the face.
Yes, exactly.
Masks are annoying. I won't disagree with that one bit. But
yeah,
it's an inconvenience. But it's not a horrible inconvenience. Oh, I need to get groceries. All right. Okay, I can breathe just fine. I may have to speak up a little bit, but my wife can hear me fine. Whoever I'm speaking to can hear me fine. And if I'm sick, and I'm coughing or sneezing or anything like that, first of all, I always do the dab cover. Did it even before the pandemic.
Well, yeah.
But now I have a bit of extra, layer of protection for anyone that might be near me if I'm, hacking loogies or, coughing my lungs out.
Yeah.
And I think that's something else that people were always complaining about, like, oh, it doesn't offer me any protection.
Yeah,
No, it doesn't. It's meant to, like, if you are carrying anything, it keeps it contained around your face.
That's the thing. It gives you a very small amount of protection for you wearing the mask, right? But if everyone wears a mask
around you,
yeah, that like if you're wearing a mask and there's 4 people around you not wearing masks, well, you're probably going to get sick if all of them are sick, right?
But if you're
sick and those 4 people aren't wearing masks, they're probably not going to get sick. And here's the thing: if everyone just wears a mask, we've reduced it. Like, yeah, it's not perfect, but we've reduced it by instead of 100%, we've reduced it down to 10%.
Well, the analogy that I always kept hearing,
the
analogy I kept hearing, and personally I love it, is, let's say everyone had, like, fuck toilets, fuck urinals, everyone just, pee wherever the fuck you want. All right. Well, if you're wearing pants, but everyone around you isn't, and you piss your pants, well, it's going to stay contained in your pants, most likely.
Yeah.
You're going around commando. You're going around Donald Ducking it, but other people are wearing their pants. Guess what? Their legs are still going to get piss on them. It's going to soak through the fabric, most likely.
Yeah.
Or God forbid, everyone's Donald Ducking it. Well, now everybody's legs are covered in piss.
Yeah. Yep.
Or,
Yeah.
the sensible thing, everyone just wears their pants, and that way, if you have to piss yourself, you're only pissing yourself.
It's and okay, so here's the thing that is the weirdest shit, because Wisconsin, and I know there's a shitload of lakes. Minnesota likes to call themselves the
Yeah,
land of lakes, but we have 4,000
we
more
let them have
lakes.
that as a consolation prize.
Yeah, because they don't have anything else. Yeah, we have more lakes, and we're
We do.
surrounded on 3 sides by water. Because fuck you, the UP is part of Wisconsin. They're Packer fans. That's how I determine what's part of Wisconsin. The UP is Wisconsin. But
we let Michigan have the UP as a consolation prize for having Detroit.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we also gave them the right to have the lake called Lake Michigan. Like both of those things, because they got Detroit and Dearborn. They need something in their life. But yeah, it's like we got a lot of fucking water, and a lot of places don't care. Like, especially when you're near water, they don't care if you're shirtless during the summer months. Because in Wisconsin, fun fact, it's perfectly legal to be topless in like 85% of the state, no matter what gender you are. Yeah.
I feel like that's wrong. By population, you're probably right, but geographically,
geographically, that's not correct. By population, it is.
I was gonna say, I feel like Dane County. Why am I drawing a blank on
Milwaukee County?
Of course,
it's Milwaukee County.
I make a point not to go there. Okay, I know people bitch about Chicago traffic. Milwaukee's just as bad. It's just a smaller.
It's slightly less bad.
Okay. In my defense, I have never driven a vehicle in the downtown area of Chicago.
Oh,
I'm talking highways, interstates, passing through and around the cities.
Yeah.
Both Chicago and Milwaukee, I feel like I'm on the Fury Road, driving eternal to try and get to the highways of Valhalla. Witness me.
Yeah. Chicago, once you get into the city, oh my god, you can be going 65 in a school zone while there's people picking up their kids, and people will be honking at you and trying to go around you.
Wow.
They don't give a fuck about anything, and it is frustrating.
Just to circle back on topic, because I think we went on a little bit of a tangent regarding common sense practices in an international pandemic going on for year 3. We're going to make this the best year of the pandemic yet, guys. But overall anti-intellectualism attitude found in fundamentalist Christian communities, because intellectual academic consensus has a tendency to contradict the narrative that they agree with. Right? Am I missing something? Okay.
Nope, that's accurate.
Okay.
The issue is they don't believe that the Earth is as old as they think it is. They don't believe evolution's a thing. And it's not all Christians. It's the particular where we're from that's extremely common.
Yeah.
And
a small anecdote that I forget if it was my parents or my grandparents on my mother's side.
Yeah.
Or hell, it could have been a teacher. Not sure if this has come up yet in any of the episodes yet, guys. But from pre-K through 3rd grade, I was bounced from various private Christian school to various private Christian school. I spent second and third grade at the same one. Otherwise, my parents kept bouncing me around to keep getting, hey, first year tuition's reduced. It sucked.
Oh, yeah.
Anywho, I recall somebody telling me that they hated the space race. And I was like, why? Space is really cool, and
Yeah.
astronomy is really cool. And, hey, maybe someday, and obviously I didn't say this quite so eloquently. I was like, in second or third grade and missing half my teeth, most likely. But why? Why don't you like that? Well, you see, there was such a large downturn in people who had faith in the Lord, because when the
Mm-hmm.
astronauts got beyond the Earth's atmosphere and they saw that there wasn't heaven, so many people lost faith. And, second, third grade me is like, huh, that's a good point. Yeah, that would cause people to have a crisis of faith, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, adult me is like, if your faith's so fucking weak that it's shattered by, people not waving hi to Saint Peter or Mary Magdalene, like doing the whole, hey, honk the horn on the, Apollo rocket,
Yep.
as Neil Armstrong is heading off to orbit. Maybe you were just going through the motions.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said this a few times before. I went to a private Christian school from the time I was 3 until the time I was 12. And then I was in...
Were you shuffled or same one?
Same one.
Okay,
I saw the same 23 kids every single day. The same 6 teachers every day for like a decade.
Hey, at least you had the same circle of peers and friends. Silver lining? Youth of a similar age.
Yeah, it was awful. I don't know if you noticed this, but I fucking flourished in high school. I was cool's not the right word. I had a lot of friends.
Yes, I was gonna say, try and tell me you were one of the cool kids, Kat. I'm gonna call bullshit.
I was not. Well,
no.
Yeah, I was cool within our lower tier of individuals. I was cool within the nerds and the weebs and the trench coat kids and our group, the grassy knoll.
Right. Yes.
Hey,
they got rid of the tree on the grassy knoll. I'm not sure if you knew.
Oh, bullshit.
Hey, how do you think I felt?
Yeah. Well, I knew the grassy knoll before I officially joined the ranks. You and I joined the ranks about the same time.
Yeah, you and I were actually, a lot of people joined that time, because a lot of us just happened to move into the area around that time.
Yep. Good old fucking Levi the Mute.
Oh, you mean Edward Elric?
Yeah. He looked like Edward Elric's like emaciated body.
You mean Alphonse?
Yeah, he looked like that's what I mean. Yeah.
He had Alphonse's build and height, but Edward's magnificent mane.
Yeah. He's a fucking scrawny, noodly ass motherfucker. He was like 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Yeah, no, he may have had a little bit of height on me, and I mean, I'm a fat bastard now. But
at the time, you were fucking noodly.
Yes, yeah. At the time, I was scrawny. Like, it was all lean swimmer muscle.
Yep.
And that dude looked like he was maybe 100 pounds soaking wet. And a good third of that weight was the sweater he usually wore.
Yeah. Well, I went from being, fucking short and chubby to being less short and more muscly. But I got real muscly near the end of high school. And then I got fat again, and then I lost a bunch of weight. And now I'm pretty average sized, I guess. But that's besides the point. So, we grew up because this is an area in the city we went to high school in, I think there was 17 private Christian schools.
You keep saying that, and I keep thinking you're full of shit.
But, I mean, you can Google it. There's a lot.
Well, I was going to say, like... Huh?
Oh, Tool during high school, social suicide. Yeah, apparently Kevin was a nerd who didn't like Tool. He's
in Kevin's
old.
defense, I didn't even hear of Tool until college.
Yeah.
Anywho.
But we grew up in a very Christian
I was going to say, plenty of churches do have, elementary education programs that just aren't officially schools. Like it's like glorified homeschool done out of church. And I think that's what a lot of those 17 that you're talking about count as, because we did have a few that were like either adjacent or part of the same building, but they were schools, associated with the church. Like that, I think it was Catholic, but, literally
just
the
down the
same road that our school's soccer field was on. Just keep going down.
Yep.
And, hey, there it is. Oh, and look, there's a cop waiting for somebody to be speeding by.
If you turned right at the intersection in front of that school, there was a public school a block down the road, and the school/church I went to was right the fuck there.
Okay.
It was awful. I hated it. But the point is, and where we were at was a significantly less conservative area than the surrounding areas.
Well, this is true for anywhere, but I would say Wisconsin doubly so.
Yes.
There's a, huge divide between urban and rural when it comes to liberal and conservative. Wisconsin just is doubled down on that.
Yeah. Yeah. And
not just, county by county, but like the second you're a mile outside of the city limits, suddenly, Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And it's, I think we're seeing this happen in action, like, right now, because, like, no one gives a fuck about what's happening in Dora County, because
aside from the people that own property there and, spend their summers there.
Well, yeah, exactly. But the majority of people don't give a shit about that.
Holy shit, Crypt. Highlight that comment, you monster.
Oh my gourd.
You god among men.
Hello, Titan.
I tip my hat to you.
But, like, we're hearing all this shit about the fucking truckers in Canada right now.
Oh, the fucking Freedom Convoy or whatever.
Yeah,
the one that the more information that comes out, the more it's like, this is seeming like more of foreign businesses and personalities funding domestic terrorism, because the more the Canadian government investigates, the more it seems that it's linked to hyper-conservative U.S. interests.
What it started out as was the U.S. was like, look, unvaccinated truckers from Canada can't be constantly driving across the border and back. We're not going to let them across. The Canadian government
shared that. It was like either direction. If you're not vaccinated, 14-day quarantine. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yep.
If you're vaccinated, we just require semi-frequent testing.
Yeah. And no, that was it. That was the only thing. And now it's blown up into this, and I don't even know what the fuck it's about anymore. And I don't think most of the people. Yeah, Crypta is Canadian and very, I think, pro whatever the hell's happening. I'm not really entirely certain. But to me, it just seems like the same goddamn shit that's happening in Door County.
Yeah. And I
It's
will
just,
say, not being Canadian, Trudeau sounds honestly like Boris Johnson light. From everything I've heard about him.
oh,
And that's not meant as a compliment.
Yeah,
it's meant to be like, Trump, Johnson, Trudeau.
Yeah. I mean,
and it sounds like his administration's grossly mishandling the situation overall. The local police don't know what the fuck they're doing. And the locals overall are just like, can we just please fucking resolve this? We want these people gone.
Yeah.
Because, pretty much all of these truckers part of the convoy are just hanging out around now in that city at the border. And the locals are just like, yeah, we didn't ask for this.
There's a post-truther fascist attempted coup going on. It's going to, well, yeah, I've heard they're having 90% of the truckers are vaxxed. Fire their ass. This has gone beyond mandates. Well, then they shouldn't be having a shit fit about them being vaxxed, because that's literally, and it's not saying they have to get vaxxed. It's just either get vaxxed or you have to quarantine. That's literally all it is.
Did anybody say that? I don't.
Well, I'm 90% of the truckers are vaxxed.
No. The one after that.
We aren't racist. I don't think anyone said that. I didn't. Steve didn't.
I didn't go there.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a thing that was happening. I just thought
I didn't realize that was an issue under debate regarding the convoy.
Well, now I'm concerned about.
Yeah, and I'll say it again. We're not Canadian, and I'm trying to stay on top of the story, but there are so few articles that are getting stateside easily.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot, but it's like a big tailgate and they're snobby in Ottawa. Deal with it. They shouldn't be having a big tailgate in a fuck-mothering pandemic. I don't. So what? Great. Even if 90% of them are vaxxed, I don't have, like, look, as much as I would love to, go to a Packers game and have a giant fucking tailgate in Green Bay with like 10,000 people, well, that's not the world we live in right now, is it?
So,
oh, Steve, you're breaking up.
The video or
back.
the audio?
You're back. You're good.
Okay, I think I was just a little too far from the mic.
Yeah. Titan's right. That's what they're protesting. Oh, Crypta says that what's being said on the news in Canada is that they're racist. Which I don't really think that's it might be a part of it, but I don't think that was the original intent. It might be now, but the stated reason was always a lie. This is a fascist-funded, fascist-organized coup attempt.
So what it sounds like is a slightly less openly hostile Canadian version of January 6th. But instead of trying to overturn an election, they are essentially gathering around the Capitol, because it is the capital of Canada, right?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I was under the impression of. So instead of, trying to overturn an election, it is an organized, people making their statement and overstaying their welcome from the locals.
Yeah.
All
yeah.
Right. You have a good night, Crypt. Thank you for giving us another view from the other side of the border from this, because, like I said, information is not easily available regarding that story here in the States.
I mean, I will say I disagree with us needing to end the restrictions. I
do share that opinion, Kat.
I think, honestly, because here's the thing, I would like to not have these restrictions, right? I want to be able to go to roller derby matches. Because there's like fucking 12 roller derby teams around here.
I want to be able to see Dune in theaters. It looked pretty on my TV screen. I would have loved to see it in IMAX. I would love to be able to go to my friendly local gaming store just to nerd out and, all right, I'm going to throw my plastic dudes at your plastic dudes, and eventually somebody's going to have a few more plastic dudes than the other on the table. I would love not having to put on a mask when I grocery shop. But what we had the opportunity to do, Italy had the right idea. Hey, unless you're emergency service personnel, by which we mainly mean the fire department or EMS, you work in the hospital, unless you're those three things, stay the fuck home. From this date to this date, Netflix and chill, folks. That's the name of the game. Stock up on about 2 weeks worth of food. We're going to wait this thing out. All right, cool. Now, if we had done that here in the States, this whole thing would have been relatively nipped in the butt by mid-April.
Oh, yeah. Well,
mid-April 2020, folks.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been anywhere near the amount of bad it is. And because here's the thing. I was talking to a guy I work with. He's from Texas. I'm from Wisconsin, right? And we're both just talking like, man, if people just fucking wore their goddamn masks in the first place, we wouldn't be having to do this now.
Yeah.
And I think Titan's right. I don't need to lock up people who won't vax and mask.
So apparently Titan, do you need the wrench?
Titan has a wrench.
No, I mean the whacking wrench.
Oof. Yeah, I know. Because I'm pretty annoyed by this. I'm just being diplomatic at the moment. If you want to hear my
I'm sure you guys have picked up on this. Well, I'm people pleaser, diplomatic. Pick your word. I try to play nice.
All right, I'll be the non-diplomatic one. Shut the fuck up. No, let's not end the fuck mothering restrictions. Let's tighten them. Let's fucking ramp that shit up and make sure everyone, hey, if you don't want to follow the fucking rules, great, house arrest. You're fucking stuck there. Okay? Fuck you. Fuck you and your bullshit. Either get a mask, wear it, get vaccinated, ideally both, right? Ideally both. Let's fucking do that shit. And if you're not gonna do that, fuck off. Get the fuck out of my fucking country, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't fucking care. Here's the thing. I hate people. I don't give a fuck if people die, right? But, like, I don't want them to die over stupid shit. Right? Like, I don't want people to die because, we refuse to, put homeless people in houses and help them to get, jobs. That's fucking stupid. It's the same way. This is easily preventable, just like with homelessness. We can fucking prevent this shit pretty
One moment.
easily.
Let me get into character. Listen, Kat, you're not understanding. It's just a really nasty flu, okay? Just proceed as normal, all right? Don't give in to fear. Don't give in to the fake news media. Just proceed as normal, and if you get sick, stick a light bulb up your bum and take some hello, Cleo. Hello, yes, I know you hate it when I do this voice. And take some horse dewormer. You'll be fine. Perfect. Stellar. I'm sorry, Cleo. I hate it when I do that voice too. I feel dirty inside.
Yeah, it's really fucking dumb, is what it is. Not the voice, but a lot of people, conservative Christians.
Sorry. Start over. Sorry, you broke me.
The whole thing is really fucking dumb. And a lot of conservative Christians got mad because Trump was just like, look, I know it's the fucking China virus. It's China. China did it. But you know what? Just get your vaccines. Get your boosters, right? They're the best boosters. The best boosters in the fucking world, okay? The best. We have the best shots. We have the best boosters. We have the best vaccinations. We have the best masks. Just get your vaccinations, put on your masks, and this will all be over. And it's God.
Yeah, I would have loved just off the bat, like, hey, maybe we don't politicize this fucking pandemic. Maybe we just, yeah, I know, Cleo. I know. I'm a meanie for streaming. I know. Sorry, folks. The puppy needs pets.
Oh, look at that dog. Oh, Cleo. Oh, Cleosophus.
Yes, you're my pretty brown-eyed girl. Yes.
Brown-eyed girl. Yeah. Titan's been helping support science communicators. And yeah, I mean, I have a vigorous dislike of people who propagate the fucking nonsense. Like I said, yeah, people who march with Nazis are Nazis. Alternately, Klansmen, Fourth Reichers, unwitting participants, old people who really should know better and probably do, but, they're Christian, so they go along with it. And then, I'm totally not a Nazi, guys. I really love insert slur here. Right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and it's the instant you start having, people that far right, and it's like, yeah, I do think there is a case to be made to, differentiate between nationalists and ethno-nationalists. I think that's a thing you should differentiate. I think they're both shitty and assholes. Because, like, yeah, there's an amount of nationalism that's okay, right? Like,
I don't want to say you're wrong. I just nationalism is a nasty word for me because
that's the thing.
I was going to say it's such a slippery slope from taking pride in your country to, now we're having a problem nationalism. And here in the States,
it's
I
so
think,
bad.
especially with the upbringing you and I had, and we can do a whole episode on this.
Yeah.
It was hindsight being 2020, indoctrination.
Yep. Oh yeah.
In public schools too, to an extent, but with the schools we attended early on, super hard.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking bonkers. Like, how do I even describe this? Because here's the thing. I grew up. I know, thank you.
Cat, the fastest band in the West.
Yeah. America's the best, blah, blah, blah. Not far right nationalism, just, aggressive nationalism, not necessarily to the point it's dangerous, but, on the cusp of that, right?
I'll put it to you this way. Any sort of trip, my parents always blared various patriotic things, like God bless the USA, proud to be an American. This land is my land, that kind of shit. Easily a quarter of my wardrobe was just covered in American flags, t-shirts wise. As in elementary school, obviously the whole because technically we didn't have to say the Pledge of Allegiance in public school. But you were very, very, very encouraged to.
Well, when I went to Christian school...
Oh, you were required there.
Yes, I was required to not only say the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag, but we had to pledge allegiance to the flag of Christianity.
Oh, no, well, I never had to do that one.
Yep, I did. Evangelical Christianity, specifically.
Unrelated, but also kind of related. When I was involved in the Taekwondo club in college, and taking Taekwondo as my gym credits, Sensei Wunsch did not force, but encourage people to essentially do a sort of Taekwondo pledge. He had the flag for the American Taekwondo Association up in the practice area. I'm like, I don't speak Korean. I am not going to do the disservice of butchering the language. Appreciate your gusto, my man.
Yeah. I mean, Taekwondo is great for learning things, but if you do exact Taekwondo shit in a real fight, you're gonna wind up getting your shit pushed in by a fucking drunken hillbilly.
All right, I didn't expect to go on this tangent. I'm gonna make this tangent fast. That's what I appreciate about Wunsch. He was, oh dear God, I just realized he shares the last name with that bitch from Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Oh.
Anywho.
Yeah.
Wunsch also agreed with that. He's like, because for sparring, where most schools would have point sparring or have those fucking flags on the side. He's like, I teach this with the intention of self-defense. And if you guys want to compete in tournaments, that's awesome, and I'm going to help you, do as well as you can. But this is a martial art; it's meant to help you keep you safe. So here's your corner. Stay in that corner 5 minutes. Me or another black belt to be observing, and if we see a bloody nose or if it looks like someone is like, I don't want to be doing this anymore, we will intervene. But if you get mugged or if you're in a fight or flight situation and you can not flight, the mugger won't exactly back off if you call for a timeout. But yes, he even said, like, for the love of God, like, while a lot of these moves are fun to do and cool looking, especially in movies and shows, do not try half of these if you are in a fight or flight situation, because Taekwondo relies on a lot of kicks.
Yep.
And what's the most important thing in a fight? Your footing.
Yep.
So, like, when we were doing sparring, if somebody would throw a kick, what I built up a habit of doing is essentially catching the leg. And, and then I wouldn't, like, break it or anything. I would just, oh, thank you, yoink. And then proceed to fist meet face. And then Wunsch noticed I was making a habit of that. He's like, that's a good habit to have for self-defense. If you want to ever go to a tournament, you will be immediately disqualified.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm like, okay, so do that, but don't do that.
Yep.
He's like, yes. And then, like, but I will say, and I am woefully out of practice, but that year of Taekwondo I did, I think it did a good job of, if I wanted to go into MMA or anything like that, it did a good job of teaching me fundamentals for footwork.
Yep.
Being able to change up my stance quickly.
Yeah.
It did a good job of emphasizing, learning the form before learning the speed and the power. At least with how he taught.
Yes.
So,
and
martial art tangent aside, I am not a badass. If somebody tried to mug me right now, I would just be like, I don't carry cash, but here's my wallet. Be on my way. And then as soon as I'm around the corner, hi there, hello, credit union, cancel that card.
I'd straight up be like, hey, look, you can have all the cash in my wallet. I want the wallet. I want my ID, and I want my card. You can have the cash. Deal? Because, that's how I am. It's just like, look, I don't want to fight. Now, if you pull out a knife, fuck you, we're fighting now. Right? Like, all right, I'll fucking win this fight. Like, because I am very confident in my ability to fight a guy who immediately pulls out a knife. Because it's like, oh, you don't know how to fight. Great. Awesome. I'll play this game. Like, hey.
Speaking of that, biggest problem with Taekwondo, no ground game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why you learn other things. Because, knock him on the ground. And I'm heavier than basically everyone else my height without being, like, fat. Like, I'm a little chubby. I got some fucking belly fat. But, like, I'm 250 pounds and, like, 5'9" if I'm feeling tall. Like, I'm pretty big around. And it's like, if I can knock you off your feet and you're my height, you're pretty much fucked because I probably have 50 pounds on you. And you know what? I am willing to abuse the fact that I'm heavy. But, and here's the thing. I do think what you said about when people throw kicks, grabbing them, that is what we should be doing with conservative Christianity. Because they throw kicks. Like, fucking, what's his name? Steven Anderson.
Okay.
Or Josh Feuerstein. One of those two is burning books right now. They're having a book burning.
Oh, are they saying
I think
destroy all
it's
the copies
Steve
of
Anderson.
Mouse?
They're destroying a lot of copies of all kinds of weird shit that doesn't even make sense. They're throwing Harry Potter books in a fire. and like plastic bags and shit. I think it's Steve Anderson. But it's like, man, you know, we need to take that, and instead of breaking the leg, just be like, oh, thank you, fist meet face. That's exactly what we should be doing.
So what is the catching the leg and then fist meet face equivalent for a book burning then? I'm not saying I don't like this idea. I just want to know what your proposition is.
Just basically being like what Hemant Mehta said. I think it was Hemant Mehta, the friendly atheist. I'll fucking have to link you his shit because he's fucking great.
Oh no,
but,
I'm familiar with him. He was on the God Pod early on.
Yeah, and he was just like, you know, these are the people who are complaining about cancel culture.
Yep.
Isn't this literally cancel culture? They're calling everyone else Nazis. Isn't this what Nazis did? I think that is the equivalent. Just being like
there's a tweet Neil Gaiman did after the whole Tennessee school board banning mouse. And he's like, you know, there's only a certain group of people that would want to make sure mouse is not available for people to read. They're called something, but they're calling themselves something different now.
Yeah. Yeah. And science denial more broadly, especially since we're bringing up Neil Gaiman, like queer shit. So many conservative Christians just deny the science that queer people exist. Pick a flavor of queer. They'll deny it exists. And Neil Gaiman's one of the people who's just like, I don't know, man. I'm pretty fucking pumped that, you know, fucking trans people fucking love my goddamn dwarves. Like, I'm pretty fucking hype that, you know, the fucking queer community loves my goddamn books. Like, I think that's great. I love that.
I'm just wondering what you meant by dwarves, because I haven't read all of his work, but
he wrote something. I think it was Neil Gaiman. He wrote something and it had dwarves, and the males and females were indistinguishable.
Oh, I mean, that sounds like something he would do.
Yeah. Like, all the women had beards too and shit like that.
Wait, are you sure you're not thinking of Terry Pratchett?
I might be.
I know he and Terry were pretty close.
I do often confuse the two of them.
I mean, they literally wrote Good Omens together.
Yeah, they're the same person in my brain. They shouldn't be, but they are. It's like Vin Diesel and Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
They are not the same.
They're the same in my brain.
Well, one of them is defending Joe Rogan currently.
Oh, which one?
Not the one you would think.
Is it Vin Diesel?
Okay, the one you would think then.
All right, so it's Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Well,
yeah.
Here's the thing. I would think Dwayne, but not for like his political beliefs. I would think Dwayne is defending him just because Dwayne likes him.
See, I didn't know they were buddies until I, heard about it and then did some digging.
Yeah. I think they're buddies. I don't know if they're super close, but I do think they're buddies, if I'm remembering correctly.
No, I don't follow celebrity news.
Yeah.
That just happened to pop up on my, newsfeed. I'm like, wait, no, he wouldn't. He wouldn't be shooting himself in the foot. Wow, he's really shooting himself in the foot.
What is he defending Joe Rogan over?
Oh, shit. You haven't heard about the whole Spotify thing?
No.
Oh, okay. So this has been going on for like a week. What?
All right, that's blocked.
Yeah,
Anyways,
I saw
moving
that and
on.
I was like, "Huh?" Anywho, so Joe Rogan, you would say the Joe Rogan Experience show has been almost a headline source of COVID misinformation, right? Like the whole
Yeah.
horse dewormer thing got started there. That's the
Well,
one I can think of off the top of my head.
to be fair,
From
it wasn't started there. It
It
gained
gained a lot of
traction there.
traction. Okay,
And
yes, it's
and
where a lot of the stuff gains traction. A
and
lot of the misinformation.
I will say initially Joe Rogan just said, yeah, they just gave me everything, and human ivermectin was one of them. Like, they just gave me everything. It was at the start of COVID. They didn't know what the fuck was going to work.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, that's fair. And then once he started defending all that shit, it's like, okay, Joe, you need to calm the fuck down.
Right. So his show has been a launching pad for a lot of the misinformation gaining traction. Spotify, you got to do it now, man. But yeah, so it started with Neil Young, and then more and more artists have been straight up pulling their music from Spotify, pretty much in protest to the Joe Rogan Experience being on there. Spotify has lost about $10 billion in value because of this.
Oh my
because
God.
of all these musical acts. And Spotify is doubling down defending him still. It's like, you aren't that invested. Like, I'm not intimate with the details. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't see the paperwork. But I know we're talking, it was millions for the exclusivity contract with him. I'm sure for millions, you can buy out of the contract and then just let him be on whatever platform would host him then, after all this. But you're doubling down and saying we're not going to change our policies just because of one show. Here's the thing. If it was a small show, I could understand a statement like that. But it isn't hyperbole to say the Joe Rogan Experience is arguably the biggest podcast in existence. Like, it's the first podcast that was bought that had exclusive rights for streaming purchased, to my knowledge. And if it wasn't, it's certainly the one that was done so for the most money.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
Right. You're literally losing billions, and you're thinking this will be just a temporary dip. Like, when I get my podcast going, I know Spotify is, like, arguably bigger than Apple now when it comes to podcast sharing. I mean, I use Podbean myself because I'm familiar with its layout and format.
I love Podbean.
It's my preferred one, especially compared to Apple. But, sorry, minor tangent. I understand, in theory, I should just be on my RSS feed. Yes, send it out. But it's like, do I want to go on Spotify? Joe Rogan's there, and I hear Yoko Ono might be joining soon.
I mean, hey, that's the quickest way to break up anything. Yeah, I mean, that's fucking. Joe Rogan is one of those people. He's got his buddy Eddie on there all the time, and
I've never listened to a single episode. I'm familiar with the memes. I'm familiar with Musk
smoking pot.
I've never done this before. I sure hope the board doesn't find out.
And here's the thing. Who the fuck cares if he smokes weed?
In California, of all places.
Yeah. Who the fuck cares? It's legal. No one should fucking give a shit. Which is roughly what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, too, of, who cares? Let him smoke weed. He's got, things I disagree with, and he's got things I agree with. Who cares if he smokes weed?
Let the rich guy enjoy some smokes. Come on.
Yeah. But Joe has his buddy Eddie on fairly frequently. And his buddy Eddie is constantly like trying to spew flat Earth nonsense and
Oh my god.
science denialist shit. All right, we have Midnight coming in. Hold on. Why can I not? Midnight, I cannot let you in. You need to fucking fix something, because it's not letting me let you in. Okay, but yeah, and yes, the wacko conspiracy theorist. And I will say, like, on the flat Earth shit, Joe's just like, hey, let's look this up. But then on other shit, he doesn't sometimes. Or he looks it up and he sees whatever the fuck Eddie is talking about and just winds up agreeing with him.
Here's my proposition. We just get rid of Joe Rogan, okay? In fact, we just, the Joe Rogan experience no longer exists. We'll just call it the Rogan experience, and we'll just bring in Seth Rogen and not tell anyone.
Oh, God, I don't like Seth Rogen.
Oh, okay. I don't love the guy, but I feel like we'd have the same, kind of deep-voiced, pot smoking guy who would just make for fun banter with random guests. But
you know what?
He also seems like he'd call out people on their horse shit.
You know what? You're selling me on it more and more. You know what? I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You've won me over.
First, just make Joe disappear. Okay.
Yeah.
Do it. Make it happen.
Well, here's the thing. He's really good when he's talking about. He's really good when he's talking about MMA shit. And
well, isn't that like, I'm not sure if he ever broke out professionally, but at the very least he did it as a hobby for over a decade and a half, right?
He's one of he's a huge commentator for the MMA nowadays.
Well, what I'm saying is, as an athlete, he never broke out professionally.
Yeah, not really.
He little leagued it.
And to be fair, he's a big guy. He's
the dude's
and he knows how to fight.
I'm not trying to say like, hey, Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. Meet me in the back alley of that B-dubs. You know the one. No, the dude would fucking tear me in two. It would be the Noob Saibot MK9 fatality of Make-A-Wish. But he wouldn't need a body double. He would just, I'd be split in half down the spine.
Well, yeah, it's absolutely. But one of my favorite things is, Joe Rogan talking to Mike Tyson. The first time they talked, Tyson was out of shape, and out of shape for Mike Tyson, which is, still in much better shape than most people. But Joe Rogan wasn't threatened by him.
I'm going to say something real fast.
Yeah.
I know you're saying Mike Tyson, but because you had just mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson, I was just I kept hearing Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson used to be a boxer.
What?
Yep.
What?
They actually talked about it on Joe Rogan's podcast.
What? How am I just... I would love to see Neil deGrasse Tyson in an academic debate with someone while in the ring. Oh my God.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said this a few times. He used to box, and he was like a lineman in football.
Okay, see, that one makes sense, though, because every high school is a football team.
Yeah. Yep. But he used to be an athlete and a nerd at the same time.
It happens.
And it's like, I mean, I am 100%. Like, I like the idea of Neil deGrasse Tyson getting pissed off in a debate and just like throwing a fucking, right jab and just fucking, and then him being like, shut up, motherfucker. The earth ain't flat. It's pear shaped, bitch.
All right, let me propose this experiment to you. If the Earth is flat, if I suplex you, you fly off the edge, right? Well, right? You gonna put this experiment to the test? Yes?
Yeah,
Oh, look at that. You fell on your ass because of gravity. Earth's fucking round, idiot.
yeah. And, well, that's... Speaking of
Uh,
fighters,
Tangent.
well,
Neil deGrasse
yeah.
Tyson's voice. I could just listen to Cosmos.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is the best person, that's not Carl Sagan to be Carl Sagan.
I've never watched Carl Sagan's Cosmos.
You should. It's pretty good.
From bits that
I
I've
mean,
seen, he seems like Scotty and Spock had a kid.
yeah. I mean, a lot of the science is out of date, but you expect that from a 20 some odd year show.
Well, and when you say out of date, just more details from new discoveries, not that
Yeah, not that it's
everything that he
wrong.
said is wrong.
Yeah, it's just like we have a greater accuracy of like when the universe was formed, etc.
Right.
But flat Earth, that's another thing, right? The science denialism of conservative Christianity. My parents were not flat earthers, but
I'm going to ask you this because I'm not intimately familiar with how this became a thing. For me, it came out of left field in 2015. How the fuck did that become a thing? The flat Earth theory. Was it just there the whole time, and then because of the misinformation and academic uh, denialism that was going on, that was rampant starting around that time, it seemed? It just gained traction? Did Joe Rogan or another podcaster have a guest that pushed it? And they, while talking out of their ass, seemed to be talking sense to some people? Like, what happened? Because I never heard anything of this, and then suddenly one of my friends was like, "Oh yeah, I just interviewed a flat earther for a podcast I'm thinking of starting." What? That's a thing? Yeah, and they presented some interesting points. Dude, I know you dropped out of college like me, but I thought you had some common sense.
yeah.
Ice wall,
So
man, and the dome.
so the flat Earth nonsense has been there for a long time, but everyone laughed at it. And then one day in 2013, 2014, it started getting traction.
Okay, but why
And
though?
because conservative Christianity. Most of the people in the early days, aside from one person, were all Christians. And, they would use, the earth is put on 4 pillars and stretched upon and blah, blah, blah. And, the earth
Oh,
is
okay, time out,
circular.
time out, time out. You're taking Terry Pratchett's world model and just removing the elephants and the turtle.
Yes. I mean, to be fair, Terry Pratchett did just take that from the Bible and added elephants and a turtle, but yeah.
Okay, well, his version was cooler. Because it had
Yes,
a
yes,
fucking giant space turtle.
yes, correct. And, yeah, it's fucking dumb and it doesn't make sense that people believe it, but they're already convinced that science is wrong because most of these people are evolution deniers and young earth creationists. Not all of them. Nowadays, there's more and more who aren't young earth creationists, but are evolution deniers. It's a weird subset of this whole thing. I don't even know. The whole flat Earth thing is completely fucking bonkers, but it's gained traction because
what I
of
don't
conservative
understand is
Christianity.
these, like, some videos I have seen regarding flat Earth, because this I'm actually interested in. How whether they accept the evidence they see, or whether they make up boogeymen or jump through mental hoops to make it make sense, is when they try and do experiments to prove that the Earth is flat, irrefutably. And it's like, if this experiment succeeds as we expect, it irrefutably proves the Earth is flat. But if it fails, and it can't possibly fail, but if it fails, then it can't be flat. And it fails every time it fails. And sometimes they're like, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it isn't flat. Shit, have I been? Shit, I have to, reanalyze this. But most often they're like, oh, my experiment partner did something wrong, or oh, this equipment's faulty, or
Yep.
It's like,
oh,
God, you fucking dense motherfuckers. Hey, Kat, do you want to try? Oh, you literally did it 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the link.
Yeah, apparently Midnight can't make it work.
Okay.
So I don't know. It should work. It worked for me. It worked for you. I mean, obviously it worked for me. I set it up, but seriously, we could probably do, if you want to do like next week and talk about flat Earth shit, I can get you some fucking. I can show you some videos of how their fucking brains work. They actually did. There was a documentary they did, a bunch of flat earthers, and they wound up proving the Earth is spherical.
But it isn't. It is roughly spherical, but it's not spherical.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but they were able to prove that, the Earth rotates at about 15 degrees per hour, which only works on a spheroid Earth.
We're tilted at roughly 17 degrees in regards to where the axis is, right?
No, I mean the rotation per hour.
I know, I'm just running through that math in my head. That checks out.
That's how we get a day.
Well, I was like, wait, 24, 15. Yep, that's 360. Hence why I was saying, like, I need to run through that math in my head.
But yeah, and there was another one where they set up, two like 2x4s with holes in them at the same height. Yeah. And they're just like, all right, if you hold the camera at this height, or hold the flashlight at this light, our camera will be able to pick it up because the Earth's flat. So the light doesn't have to, curve. But if you hold it up above your head... That's the one I
usually see, yeah.
Yeah, and they wound up proving that, well, if they hold it at the height where everything's level, they can't see it.
Yep.
But at the height where it should be, if the Earth is curved, that's when they see it.
Science.
Yeah. And
so I think something that could be said in regards to overall anti-intellectualism, and this can be done apply to a lot of pseudo-scientific fields, cryptid zoology, flat Earth, all that fun stuff, is a complete disregard for the scientific method, rather than, having
a
hypothesis. Okay, so it's been a little bit.
They have a hypothesis.
Well,
they just take it straight
scientific
into
method has an
theory.
order of operations, though. Problem.
Yes.
Hypothesis, experiment, observation, conclusion. Now, your hypothesis and conclusion can be the same thing. It happens.
Yep.
But what they often have is they start with a conclusion. It's, no, I know, irrefutably, this is a fact. They hypothesize how they can prove this, and then they do their experiment, they observe the results, and even though it doesn't say anything to back up their hypothesis, they have already reached their conclusion. Something must have gone wrong with the experiment, so we'll adjust slightly so until I get the results I want. It's like that's not the scientific method. The true scientific method will adjust based on observations if you're looking for a desired result, but the experiment must always be able to be repeated and get the same results.
Which, speaking of the scientific method, you know how the scientific method always will, using it, you can prove things wrong. You can prove that, that's not the way we thought things, like, spontaneous generation, Louis Pasteur, right?
Yeah.
He used the scientific method to prove that wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
Right? And he actually proved how, because, flies don't just spawn, maggots, lay eggs and things, or flies lay eggs and things, and they turn into maggots, and those maggots hatch, pupate into flies. Right? Great. Awesome. We now know that. That's super fucking cool, and it's great that we know that. And this goes back to conservative Christianity's just overall science denialism, because they don't like the fact that science changes. We learn more and correct using the scientific method. Like evolution, for example.
Speaking of evolution, I'll use paleontology as an example because I used to be a huge dinosaur nerd. So, rewind the clock 100 years. Dinosaurs, big, lumbering, lazy lizards. Fast forward to the late 60s. Discovery of Deinonychus. That paleontologist who made that discovery is the one who introduced the whole, dinosaurs actually might have been birds, and because of that, birds are dinosaurs? Anywho, they may have had feathers, guys. Also, they may have been pretty active. Now, that was met with a lot of skepticism. But as more discoveries have been made, it became more and more accepted. And by the time Jurassic Park came out in 92, 93, I forget which one, by the time that movie came out, it was accepted common knowledge. Not necessarily every dinosaur at that point, but most theropod dinosaurs, your velociraptors, theropods and sauropods, like, they had feathers. Now, you didn't see that until the third movie a little bit, but at this point, it's pretty widely accepted that almost every dinosaur species had feathers predominantly, not scaly, lizard-like, snaky skin.
Yeah, they didn't have, scaly. They never. I don't think they ever showed them as having scales, which is weird, because they kind of did, some of them. Like, they had halfway between scales and feathers.
The best way to describe it is almost like feathery porcupine quills in a lot of cases.
Yeah. Because,
but it's amusing that quote from that kid in the first movie, it looks like a giant turkey. It actually did.
Yeah.
Good job, kid. You were more scientifically accurate than the fucking paleontologist in the movie.
Yeah. And, Yeah, I was going to use Australopithecus afarensis as my example. Lucy.
Lucy. I was gonna say, is that Lucy?
Yep.
Okay.
Australopithecus afarensis. That's Lucy.
Let's just say Lucy.
And it's like, yeah, well, Lucy is one specimen of that species, right? And
yep.
conservative
It was
Christian
discovered in the early 70s, if
creationists,
memory serves.
something like that, yeah. But they're like, yeah, we barely had half a skeleton. Question. Random generic creationist person. Have you seen a human? Are we bilaterally symmetrical? I mean, do we have this, like, generally, like, if you find an arm, you can pretty much assume it's going to be the same on the other side of the human, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're bilaterally symmetrical. We're a fucking chordate. Chordates are generally bilaterally symmetrical. I mean, most things that aren't like cnidarians or sponges, which I think also might be a cnidarian, certain kinds of mollusks, they're radially symmetrical. Most multicellular organisms are either bilaterally or radially symmetrical. I'm sorry. Links in the description if you want to join when you're free. But yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, so sure, great. We only have like somewhere between like half and like 2/3 or something of that nature. Somewhere between 2/3 and 1/3 of the Lucy skeleton. Great. But we're bilaterally symmetrical. You can, make up the other half. If you have most of the right half, you can figure out how the left half's going to look. Same thing with like the T-Rexes.
Right, I was going to say, with the fossils, you never, ever, except for like, holy crap, you got the mother lode, do you get a complete fossil? Like, Spinosaurus, up until very recently, we were working with like a dozen bones.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing, though. We know how things are put together because we have, like, all right, sure. Like, I'm going to use Lucy as an example again because Lucy was one of the first, if not the first, we found of Australopithecus afarensis. But we now have hundreds of specimens, right? So it's like, yeah, we put it together based on what we thought, and then shit kind of changed a little bit, but, we were pretty goddamn accurate on how, like, we were a few cc's off on, like, brain case size, because, Lucy was a particularly small, human, I guess.
Specimen of her species.
Yeah. And a particularly small specimen of her species. And
she's been dead for like 4 million years. She's cool with being called a specimen, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would be. I'm cool being called that now, but that's just me.
Okay.
But you can call me a specimen.
You heard it here first, folks.
But like, yeah, she was particularly small, but like I said, she was one of the first we had, and a lot of people, there was conjecture that maybe she was a different species, and she wasn't the same thing as these ones, and then we kind of figured out, yeah, no, all of the everything else lines up. She's just short, she's just tiny, but she's an adult. She's just a small adult, right? Like, humans today range
Which we
between.
have those nowadays.
Well, yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
taller than average. You're a bit shorter than average.
Excuse me, sir. I am the average of both of the averages for male and female. So I'm the most average.
Okay, everyone's shorter than average to me.
Yeah, well, yes, everyone is shorter than average to you.
Everyone's either above average, shorter than average, or oh, this is how most people feel.
Yeah.
Weird. I don't like this.
Yeah, you're tall. And to be fair, you're not that tall by Wisconsin standards. But if you go other places, you're really tall.
There was a guy in college who I will call H, who was 7 even. It was humbling. It was like, oh, this, okay.
Kevin, you might be right, and I might be wrong. I honestly don't know. I was led to believe she was just like a young adult, which, well...
Yeah, I think we've had this conversation, Titan.
Jesus fucking Christ. Titan, you're like 8 inches taller than me. Fucking hell.
I'm resisting the urge to hum the Attack on Titan theme now.
Yeah. Well, dude, do you want to know how great? Look, okay, I'm used to feeling short living in Wisconsin, right? On a good day,
I will say, like, Wisconsin seems to grow them tall here. Like, a lot of guys seem to be 6.
That's because there's a lot of like German and Polish and Scandinavian background ethnically.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are just tall. And then combine that with the fact that, we have super cheap beef and dairy and corn and everything. We make them big, right?
We make you strong like us.
Yeah. And an infinite amount of cheap alcohol as well. Well, look, every time I'm not in Wisconsin, I feel so fucking tall just because, like, I'm eye level with everyone now.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, I am very slightly below average for a male and a little bit above. I'm like 2.5 inches above average for a female. I am living the dream. I feel fucking huge. And because I would love to work like security in New York because I'm huge compared to these people. Like, I'm an absolute fucking unit. Because, well,
One moment, I'll be right back. I am freezing my ass off. This hat's only helping so much.
Yeah, go get yourself a fucking sweater or something. Magnificently proportioned, if you like eggplants. Well, no comment. But no, Kevin, if you actually have information on that, I would be very interested in hearing it, because I am not a Lucy doctor. I'm not science. I'm good at talking and making jokes, but I'm not exactly, up on all the fancy shit. But yeah, my whole point is, like, actually, Spinosaurus is another one. Like, they've been debating if Spinosaurus is aquatic or not.
That one's mostly been settled at this point.
Well, I know, but they spent, 4 or 5 years, and they kept on changing that.
Yeah, it was initially proposed
aquatic,
in like 2011, 2012.
Yeah.
And then a recent discovery was made that it's like, oh, yep.
Yeah, yeah, but like that's how science works, and conservative Christianity doesn't like that. Like it's the same thing with the fucking vaccine. They don't like that there's a booster shot. Well,
Mm-hmm.
it mutated, it changed. That's why we got the booster shot, because
So I
it's
would
different
say
now.
I would say a big thing with anti-intellectualism in general is just whether a fear would be the best way to describe it, or just not wanting to accept, but essentially a refusal to acknowledge new facts and information.
Yeah,
Like,
and
you are given one thought or opinion, and it's like, that's it, that's set in stone, no ifs, ands, or buts.
mhm.
Oh,
Oh,
God smote my camera.
zero ifs, ands, or buts. You. Oh, you are much lower than you were before.
Yes. Well, I was using a deck box.
Ah. Maybe next week I'll actually use my camera. I just want to. I'll probably use my camera more once we move again, because then I'll have an actual office space. But according to Kevin, it is still disputed, because he was just checking. Most
Yeah.
researchers believe that she, maybe he, was between 12 and 18 years old. But there's some inconsistencies with bone density and other factors that leave room for speculation. On Lucy.
Yes, I assumed when gender was brought up.
Yeah. And, I don't, like I said, I was led to believe Lucy was just like a young adult and just particularly short. But, shit changes the more we know. And, like, I want to know more. Right? Which is the huge difference. Because, when you rephrase a statement that is should become are. Yeah. I just read what you wrote.
Cat, as an English major dropout, I forgive you.
Yeah, well,
On
you know
behalf
what?
of the entire snobbish, useless degree holding folks that actually stuck with it, we all forgive you.
Yeah, I have better
But that's the one
grammar in
time.
languages you don't even know exist, so fuck you. Fuck all of you.
You do speak many more languages than me. I'm fluent in
Fuck.
English, which is a bastardization of better languages that
Which,
make a lot more sense.
by the way, here's something I think everyone should read. It's a book written. So it's, you know how like science communicators work, right? Where they like make things digestible to the average person.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So, and then there's popular science magazines and articles, which usually aren't that accurate. But
no.
So the guy,
they throw signs in the title to sell copies.
Yeah. So the guy, he wrote the paper. Him and two other people wrote this paper, right? He took the paper and made it into a book called English. What is it? Our Glorious Bastard Language, or something like that.
Yep. It is.
Phenomenal book. And it's literally just him. He took the paper him and his colleagues wrote and made it.
Yeah.
Because, it's other people writing articles off shit someone else wrote, not actually looking into the science on it. But he's got like a fucking doctorate in linguistics. So he wrote the fucking, half of the paper. So he was able to, translate that into normal speaking. And it's a fucking phenomenal book if you want to learn about how English works. Seriously, he even covers the meaningless do, which is one of my favorite things. Do you do this?
Step 1.
I do this.
Take a strange Anglo-Saxon Germanic root. Throw in a little bit of Gaelic. Let simmer for about 800 years with some injection of Latin. Then stir for about 400 years. Then have a fancy playwright.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Then go to war with the primary source of your Latin injunction.
Yep.
And have your monarch say, hey, we don't want any more of that Latin induction. So we're leaning into the Germanic root a bit more now. Then toss in your, playwright. And then just let natural language evolution take course.
Yeah. That's actually wrong. It's right, but it's not fully correct.
Because, no, I'm grossly glossing over it.
Yes.
I'm memeing it at the moment.
One of the coolest parts about the English language is that we don't just because every language, borrows words and terms and idioms and shit like that from neighboring cultures. English borrowed grammar from cultures all over everywhere. And which is why pretty much anyone can understand a little bit of English but can never master it. Because, yeah, there's something that's familiar to everyone.
Even English-speaking natives can't master proper grammar.
Oh, God, no. Well, proper grammar, it doesn't exist. Proper grammar was a thing invented by the Victorians. But correct grammar, because there's grammar that's correct but not proper. And a lot of people seem to think that proper grammar is always correct. No. Correct grammar is correct. Proper grammar is no more or less correct.
Separates us from the rabble that toil away in the factories.
Which, I'm always just like, hey man, whatever, it's fucking cool, but it's also correct to do this. And people get mad at me, and then I prove it, and then they get double mad. Look, man, I can put a compound complex sentence inside of a compound complex sentence inside of a compound complex sentence. And you can't do a goddamn thing about it. I can write an entire fucking 18-line paragraph in one sentence. And I got in trouble for it in high school. And then when I showed the teacher, I got yelled at. Because fuck you, Miss Anderson. You fucking bitch. Why was English literature harder than AP English?
I couldn't tell you.
Because she was awful. Is why. We had a
lot of high school teachers like that.
We had a test. It was a 50-minute test. She wanted us to write 2 essays.
What?
Yeah.
One essay, sure, but...
The test was 180 questions long. And 2 essays.
In 50 minutes?
Uh-huh.
Fuck that.
That wasn't a final. That wasn't a midterm. It was just a test. And then got mad when everyone failed it. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Truly a mystery. You have less than 20 seconds per question, and she wants 2 essays?
Yeah. Yeah. All about Beowulf.
What?
Uh-huh.
What?
Yep.
Okay, you know what? Having 2 essay questions where the requirement is I want at least I want 3 paragraphs per question. Sure. I'll accept it. For Beowulf, sure. 180 fucking questions?
Yeah.
I'm a little rusty on my Beowulf, but I'm pretty sure the entire
it's not that long.
Yeah, I was going to say we're talking maybe 1200 lines.
Yeah, no, there were questions in it about the history surrounding the culture.
It's an English class.
Yeah, and I was like, man, I don't fucking know. We didn't go over this in class. We only read, like, maybe 200 lines of it in class, and I read the rest on my own. We didn't cover the culture. No, I don't. Look, man, modern English really only uses 6 or 7 verb tenses commonly. So I don't know the fucking fancy shit, bruh. Sorry, man. I don't know.
I'll put it to you this way. There was a whole myriad of reasons that I dropped out of college, health issues and financial issues being one of the biggest ones. But the second that I realized I had to take a couple courses at the college level regarding grammar, it's like, do I really want this fucking major?
Well,
it's like,
that's the thing.
Thought we were done with this in middle school. Well, I can write papers pretty well. I can speak and articulate my thoughts pretty well and follow the rules. I don't need to be able to define all of these grammatical terms. It's just kind of baked into my head.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to be able to say what is what regarding the rules of writing in English.
That is kind of the thing. Like, if you were going to be a linguist, yes, that is shit you 100% need to know.
That's different, though. That's different.
Yeah, that's exactly my English point.
With an emphasis on writing.
Yeah.
And guess what? With writing, there are rules, yes, but they can be broken. As long as you are making your thoughts clear.
Yeah, that's why English is great. Biblically, Jesus fucking Christ, Kevin. Biblical Christological. Sorry, Steve. This is someone you haven't had the displeasure of meeting. The biblical Christological guy. Did you?
Kevin or someone else?
No. Kevin's referring to the biblical Christological guy. Yeah, you've met Kevin. You've not met. Biblically speaking, a Christological God cannot be destroyed by your atheism because by saying the word God, you have admitted his existence.
Luke Skywalker.
Biblically speaking, of course.
Luke Skywalker.
You can call him that. I don't.
No, but by that logic, Luke Skywalker exists now.
Yeah, and you can't destroy him because you just said his name. I mean, Disney destroyed him. Legitimately, someone who had one. Legitimately,
I'd laugh to hide the pain.
They took a character with one of the greatest and most complex character arcs in anything ever and just ruined him.
I'm 3 episodes behind on Book of Boba Fett now. I need to catch up.
I need to watch it. I have Disney Plus. I just haven't watched it. I love Star Wars so much. I grew up with the shit. I grew up, when we were young teenagers, I remember when the Republic Commando books came out, with Cal Scarada and shit. that shit fucking slapped. Karen Travis, or like the X-Wing Squadron books. What's his name wrote those? Him and his wife wrote those.
Well, hold up. There were a few authors involved in that series.
Yeah, it was primarily what's his name and his wife, and then the other
sequel
people
trilogy
worked.
We Deserved Everyone.
Yes.
I mean, Thrawn's canon again now. Thank the
Yes,
maker.
he is. I fucking love Thrawn. Thrawn is. I actually like what they've done with Thrawn.
Yeah, no, they stay true to the character.
Yes, and well, I'm just saying, Thrawn and Obi-Wan Kenobi are the two most sassy people in Star Wars, and they're both directly involved with Vader / Anakin. And
so, speaking of Disney and how
they destroyed Luke Skywalker.
The sequel saga notwithstanding, we've gone over this before. I do enjoy the other two movies.
Mm-hmm.
But
I didn't see
as much as I've read. All right, let's see how much length I can get out of this. At least as much as... Oh, you can't see clearly. So, the Marvel comics, amazing. Like, they are just fantastic.
Oh, and the fucking Vader comics were fucking great.
Well, and, you know, even the stuff focusing on the A-Team.
Yeah.
Like, it's... Like, this is the stuff, like, yeah, you know, take the established characters, just give them side stories in the universe.
Yeah.
In time slots that we haven't gotten. Like, that 3-year gap between episode 4 and 5. And just tell us what they were up to.
Yeah, where Luke got the yellow lightsaber.
They've introduced some really cool characters as well, like Dr. Aphra.
Yep.
Yeah. BT.
Yeah.
I can't remember the Assassin Protocol droid's name for some reason.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, though, yeah.
BT, folks, for anyone who isn't in the know, imagine an astromech droid like R2-D2 that's a rolling arsenal. Can you think of the weapon? It has it. And then the other droid. You know what? I'm going to look it up. Oh, anyone enjoying Book of Boba Fett? Black Kurstan? Yeah. He came from the comics first. That's why I was so excited when he showed up.
Well, here's what I think Disney did wrong. They changed things too early from the end of Return of the Jedi. Like, they changed too much core stuff. Because it's like, look, you could have taken it for like a few, a years worth of time, right? And you would have had like the super cool fucking arc that Luke took. You would have had Kyle Katarn then, and you would have had Mara Jade. You didn't need to go into Yuuzhan Vong. You could have pivoted before then, right? And then I think everyone would have been happy enough, right?
Frankly, Yuuzhan Vong could have just been skipped.
Maybe
it would have been implemented better, but
that's the whole thing where it's like
I was going to say a lot of Disney stuff that involved like we're doing a big multiple author project. Like each author will get 2 books and the series will be done over the course of like 10 years and take place over like 5 years. Yeah, no, that's not a good idea. Like, I understand there's plenty of intellectual properties like 40K, Battletech, Warhammer Fantasy, like that they do that. But a series Like for intellectual properties, that's fine. Frankly, expecting one author to cover an entire intellectual property is a pipe dream.
Oh
But
yeah,
a series should stick with an author.
yeah, or a small team of authors, right? Like
Yes, like
two,
a small
maybe
team
three.
where everybody's on the group
Yeah,
together, and it's like, hey, how about each of us writes from a different character's point of view,
yep,
and we won't cover the exact same time, and we just have all our details so we don't contradict each other. Like,
yeah,
like using Vong Invasion, bring it down to 3 authors. One person covers Jason solo.
yeah,
One person covers the Yuuzhan Vong perspective, and then another person covers someone who isn't a Force wielder or a Vong.
yeah, yeah.
So do you want to get Krishna a peach?
I don't know what that means, but all right, we will give Krishna a peach. I like Krishna. Krishna's good people. Wildheart's fucking ran the stream, Krishna. Fucking got shot, motherfucker. Hello, Wildheart. Good to see you. But like, that's the thing. Like, even as someone like who read about the fucking Yuuzhan Vong shit when they were young, I don't. I'm fine with like not having that, right? But I want the stuff that leads up to it. Yeah. We're talking about sci-fi. Like, it's just, man, Mara Jade, Kyle Katarn. Like, I don't like, or the fact, once again, the fact that I was so confused about Kylo Ren, because I was just like, it's too early for Darth Crate. Jason Solo is like a kid. What is this? Jason? Why is Jason so? Why? How did he get born so fast? What? How old is? Where are we? He's a Jedi, not a Sith. What? Right? Like
Yeah.
they changed. They pivoted too early. And that's the problem. If they just would have like pivoted a little later in the story, I think it would have worked, because like the hardcore Star Wars fans were gonna know that the pivot was there either way. I just think people like me who came into the movie
So here's the problem
were
that the sequel trilogy
confused.
had. The sequel trilogy, unlike the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it didn't have a cohesive plan. Like Marvel
Oh
Cinematic
God, no.
Universe, it like
Yeah.
it had different directors even across the same series. Like I'm pretty
Yep.
sure while not James Gunn,
The other one, the one that ruined Star Trek.
Abrams.
No, that was J.J. Abrams. That was the different. He did one of them, right? He did the second one. Because
so James Gunn is doing all 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but like I'll use Thor for example. Every Thor movie had a different director. Captain America, every Captain America movie had a different director. But even before directors were involved, even before the script was really involved, it was even written, they knew the broad strokes that they wanted. Like Thor Ragnarok, they knew years in advance, hey, second Avengers movie, Hulk is going to get off planet. Hulk is not going to be in the picture, but we're going to bring Hulk back in with Thor 3. They should have had the rough outline for all 3 movies done before they even started scripting. And they should have had the same director then for all 3 movies. Now, if you weren't going to do both of those, you needed to do at least one of them. And they didn't. They neither had the entire trilogy plotted out, and initially Abrams was not going to come back for the third movie.
That's the thing. Okay, that's the thing that drove me nuts, because when Kylo Ren was introduced, I was really confused, and I was mad for a little bit, and then I got over it, and I'm like, all right, if they work with this, and basically, if they hit the same beats, right, I think I'm okay with seeing how this goes, right? Because, like, I don't really like the whole fucking Yuuzhan Vong thing. But if they hit the same general beats, really the best I've heard, because, like, I was pretty lukewarm towards it. I was like, I mean, there's some things that are cool, but most of it's just kind of dumb. I mean, I'm a really big fan of Darth Krayt because he's fucking cool. But
Krayt or Cadius?
Krayt.
Okay, I mean, you kept saying Krayt, and Krayt doesn't really become a thing until about 80 years after the invasion ends.
Wait, am I thinking of Cadius and calling him Krayt?
I think you are, because Cadius is Jason Solo. Krayt is involved with the Yuuzhan Vong because a Sherrod Het was captured by the Vong.
Oh, yeah, no, I am thinking of Krayt.
Experiment.
Yeah, I love Krayt. I think Krayt's cool.
Oh, Krayt's awesome. And what I love about Star Wars Legacy is because it takes place so far in the future compared to, the original saga.
Yeah.
It can still, in theory, be canon. Because it's like 115 ABY.
Well, here's the thing, though. Darth Krayt has been alive since the Clone Wars.
Darth Krayt is a bit older than Obi-Wan. Not quite as old as Qui-Gon, but...
Yeah. Well, him and Obi-Wan trained together at one point.
I think Krayt became a knight... I think a Sherrod Het got his knighthood a few years before Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
They could have been younglings together. But, yeah. And I forget the specifics of how he managed to survive Order 66, but in Legacy, when he goes into, like, what happened to him after Order 66, it's like, wow, it's like, I kind of understand why you went so far, man.
He was, if I'm remembering correctly, he was like in some fuck off middle of nowhere fucking like a rim world thing when Order 66 happened. If I'm remembering correctly, I could be wrong. They have, the Legacy stuff, because they call everything that's not Disney canon Legacy now.
Right, but when I say Legacy, I'm usually talking about the Dark Horse Star Wars Legacy comic. Had about 50, technically it had 50 issues and then a 6-issue like Legacy Wars.
Yeah,
which I'm not sure why they did that, because it's necessary for the conclusion of the overall plot. Like, I guess by the end of the 50-issue run, Cade Skywalker had completed his emotional journey. Like, he was no longer that broken man. Like, he wasn't that selfish piece of shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Legacy Wars wrapped everything up pretty well.
Yep. But it's just one of those things where it's like, there's all these cool characters. And look, Disney, you had beloved characters. We don't even need to go we don't even need to go deep. You could have done Luke Skywalker's how he already, had after Return of the Jedi, he had that tried to start a temple, had that fall into darkness, went into seclusion for a while.
I don't know how I would have, frankly, I didn't want them to do a sequel trilogy. If I'm going to be completely honest. I didn't want a sequel Sagwa. Sagwa? Really? Wow.
Sagwa, yes.
Don't making me remember that PBS show, please. It was awful.
I can make you remember a different PBS show.
I mean, a lot of them were bad, but I would have rather just had more stories set in the universe with new characters. And I get it. The old characters get butts and seats. I understand. And I totally understand the canon reset too. But as old as the actors were...
Make it good.
Well, I was going to say, as old as the actors were, you either A, would have to recast them, which you'd have all the old nerds upset.
I would have been fine with that. I feel like, I'd be okay with that. Like, either leave the legacy, like, my thing was like, look, I don't know if you pivoted too early or too late. But where you are is definitely too early or too late for what it is, but then too early for the other shit. Like, you change shit at the exact wrong spot.
Like, something else I often hear, and I guess Disney is officially rebooting Firefly or something in its universe.
Huh.
But, even like 10, 12 years ago, when people were like, Firefly needs a reboot, Firefly needs a reboot.
Yeah.
And sorry, tangent. But I was saying even back then, it's like, well, it better not be the same characters then. Preferably, in fact, what I was hoping if they did that would be like, let's just go to the Browncoat Rebellion. Like, let's see what led to that, and then get a couple seasons of the war. And it doesn't all need to be big battles. Like, let's see the characters and how they change. And sure, I'd love to see the original cast as cameos. But if you're going to have Captain Malcolm Reynolds show up, it can't be as Nathan Fillion. The guy, like, his face hasn't aged much, but it's been 20 years.
Yeah.
I don't think he would. I'm sure he would be a producer. I'm sure he'd love to be involved with the show. But I think even he would say, like, well, I'm Captain Mal Reynolds, and if you want Captain Malcolm Reynolds to show up briefly, cool. But this can't be a show about Captain Reynolds.
Yeah.
Unless it's taking place 20 years later, which as the movie wrapped it up, and that's the thing. As Return of the Jedi wrapped it up, it's like, in the old canon, there were all kinds of crazy adventures that happened. But they happened over the course of dozens and dozens of books, and kind of in order. Like, the Heir to the Empire trilogy was the first major Star Wars novel release ever after the movies had ended. And that was about 4 years after the books. Then the Jedi Academy series started happening. And then the Young Jedi Academy series started happening. And it just organically evolved. By the late 90s, we were getting the Rogue Squadron series about Wedge and Rogue Squadron's exploits in the New Republic. And then we started getting the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. And then
there's a lot of other shit, but
Yeah, right. I'm just going... And there was stuff in other eras as well. I'm just going off of the... the books were published in chronological order. Like,
for the most
a lot
part,
of these series were going on at the same time.
Yep. And here's
but
the
order
though.
they were published in was the timeline order.
And
so if you wanted to keep up, you could.
I'm not even saying, like, hey, let's show all of the shit Luke did. I'm just saying, all right, you've got Luke at this age. It's about the right time. Let's just say, hey, fucking what's her face? I can't remember her name. Jedi lady. What's her name? The chick in the movies. No, the chick in the movies.
Oh, Rey.
Yeah, Rey. She could have met Luke Skywalker at the point where he was running the Jedi Temple after he had gone through his multiple bouts dealing with the dark side, dealing with the Imperial Remnant, they just could have like popped that in right the fuck there. They didn't even need to show all the fucking shit with Luke Skywalker. They could have had him as a cameo in that and made it her story and made it fit in that. That's the thing that... And then they could have pivoted from there and changed shit.
Something else that the sequel trilogy really dropped the ball with royally, Finn.
Like right? Oh my god, he was such a wasted character.
It's like, wow. Like, so the First Order is using stormtroopers. Cool. Oh, child soldiers that they abduct and indoctrinate. Wow. That's a great potential political commentary. And he's, breaking free of that conditioning and thinking for himself. Wow, that's awesome. And all the promotional material has him having a lightsaber. Oh man, are he and Rey gonna train together?
Yeah.
That's gonna be so cool. Oh, you literally gave him a lightsaber for 45 seconds. And he fought Kylo Ren to a sliced open spine.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
I mean, there multiple clone troopers. You know what, Bond? Next time I get on my other phone, I will give you a wrench, okay? But I appreciate you. There have been multiple clone troopers who have used lightsabers. And not only that, there's a clone trooper who's used the Force. There are multiple stormtroopers, non-clone stormtroopers, who have used lightsabers.
Well, and I was going to say, a lightsaber is nothing more than a tool, a weapon. Anybody can use it.
Yeah.
Hell, in the old canon, Han... even in the actual canon, Han used a lightsaber. Actually, hold up. I got a book right here. Star Wars Marvel issue, I think 11. Let's see. Yep. That is Han, Leia, Luke. Oh, and a stormtrooper that was a plant by Vader on Nal Hutta, all running around with lightsabers.
Yeah. Well,
anybody can use one. Now that's fair, but that being said, not anybody's going to be able to deflect laser blast or duel with it like a master. Yeah. But I'd say rule of thumb, if a character in a bunch of the promotional material is shown having a lightsaber, everyone is going to assume, if they aren't a Jedi in this movie, they're going to be a Jedi at some point.
Or hear me out. They're like Han Solo and a crazy fucking badass. Right? Like,
yes, but you never see Han with lightsabers in promotional material.
That is true. But I mean,
but yeah, no, like Finn in the first 30 minutes of the movie, you would have me believe that he is, by the end of this movie, going to become a badass. And by the end of the first movie, I would say he does become a badass because Kylo Ren's a fucking badass and he steps up. Like, because Finn is kind of a coward in the first half of the movie.
Yeah, I started out hating Finn. Well, I started out liking Finn, and then I kind of hated him because I'm like, why are you being such a fucking pussy? Aren't you a fucking child soldier? Shouldn't you be a bit harder? And then, like, his character developed, and I'm like, all right, I'm kind of liking you more. And I'm like, yes! And then the next movie, and I was just like, oh. But I was liking this.
Yeah, the next movie,
character
he did nothing.
development.
The next movie, it's like, wait, you had this character development and now you're trying to take an escape pod?
Which that's the thing. He should have been like Han Solo was a smuggler. He's a rogue. He's the group rogue, right? He's a really badass rogue. He not only is he a skill monkey, he's good in combat. Like, he's a great fucking all around rogue. The man's like a level 20 fucking rogue, right?
So I was gonna say, like, let's assume, unless you're a Jedi, like you're a 10th level character.
Yeah,
I would say he took a 1 level dip in fighter because of his time as an Imperial soldier that we saw in Solo, and otherwise just rogue.
Well, in real canon, because I don't count Disney as real canon,
he trained at the Imperial Academy for years, became a damn good TIE fighter pilot, and got expelled for standing up to Chewie being abused.
Well, originally, where he got his fighter abilities originally was when he was a kid. Because on Corellia.
I read the trilogy. I read that trilogy. As a kid, he was a scammer.
Yeah, but he's scrapped. He's scrapped.
I mean, he did, but anybody can scrap.
Well, I'm just saying, that's where he got his first level of fighter. I think he got a second level of fighter in the Imperial Academy.
Oh, you think he has action surge?
Obviously he does. How many parsecs did he complete the Kessel run in? I think I've proven my point. Which, I mean, to be fair, that is accurate for how hyperspace works. But
actually, I'm going to give you the action surge, but for a different reason.
All right. What is
How many times did he pull the trigger? How many times did he pull the trigger? When he arrived at dinner in Cloud City.
Yep. That's fair. Or how Greedo pulled the gun first, but he shot first. How the fuck did that happen? Greedo pulled the gun.
Greedo didn't even draw.
In the original, he didn't. And I actually no. I like the idea that Greedo didn't draw, and it really upsets me that they made it that he drew, and then Han just like, yeah.
I have all 3 prior to 90s edits, and I have a relative who had a VHS to DVD burner. So Greedo didn't draw.
You have the real one. No, he didn't. He didn't in the original. They made him draw because they thought it made. They thought it made Han seem like a bad
more
guy.
Heroic because he was defending himself, not taking,
No, he's not supposed to be heroic. He's not supposed to be heroic there.
No,
he's a reluctant hero. He doesn't even want to be part of the rebel nonsense.
No, and that's what I really liked about Solo. People are like, oh, it's not Han. It's like, actually, no, this makes sense and actually makes me like Han even more in Episode 4 because in Solo early on, he's Luke. He's that bright-eyed, optimistic, I'm going to be an awesome special person. And then life just slaps him upside of the face. He still is optimistic when he meets Woody Harrelson's character. But by the end of the movie, he has just been exposed to a lot of crappy stuff throughout the galaxy. Yeah. Having to kill a pseudo father figure because he was about to kill him. And by the end of that movie, he's the Han Solo we see in the Mos Eisley Cantina.
Yeah. Who's, he's a troubled individual, but he's a good guy, right?
Right, yeah, no, it's not that he's a bad guy. It's that he's just...
Yeah.
He knows what it takes to survive in the criminal underworld that exists in Star Wars. There's no room for sympathy. There's no room for a conscience. It's, I shoot you first, or I may not be as fast on the draw.
Why do you think he went to Tatooine? Because Hut Space was one of the few places that wasn't run by the Imperials. The Hutts allied with the Imperials.
Old canon or new canon? Because I adored the old Han Solo trilogy that covered from, like, it literally opened with him being like 17 years old on Corellia, and it ended with God, Dash Rendar. It ended with Dash Rendar coming up to him and saying, like, hey, this old dude and some kid came to me asking for a ride. I'm busy. I got a run to make. But if you're looking for a job, I don't think they're going to be too picky.
Yeah.
And he's like, thanks, Dash. Well, yeah, I'll check that out.
Yep.
Because, everybody and their uncle is in the Mos Eisley Cantina on that day.
Yeah. And
apparently my wife was in the Mos Eisley Cantina as well that day, according to her.
That's a great trilogy of books. If no one's read those, would seriously recommend.
Hold up. Let me pull them up just so that, our 5 listeners right now, I don't know how many people are tuning in.
A few. I don't know. A lot of people watch this post-stream?
Okay. So the author is Anne C. Crispin. And it's literally just called the Han Solo trilogy.
Yep.
Oh my God. 2 of them were published in the same year. She had to have written those all at once then.
Oh.
But yeah, so the first book is called The Paradise Snare, and it's pretty much just like the first 6 months.
Yep.
Pretty much it's Han getting into
the Imperial Academy.
World of smuggling. It ends with him getting into the Academy.
Yeah, that's where it ends. Yes, correct.
Hutt Gambit picks up a couple years later where he's drummed out for saving Chewie. And,
and
Chewie
he meets Lando.
goes into Life Nut. He meets Lando. Yep. And Rebel Dawn is... and there's a love interest of his that is introduced in the first book that...
Yes.
That is why he becomes so jaded, because pretty much she knows how he feels for her, and she uses that to her advantage time and again.
Yep. Yeah.
And like she has, and also she kind of plays the role of Jyn Erso.
Oh my God.
You forgot about that, didn't you?
Yeah, except Jen is actually fucking amazing. She plays the same role, but Jen is ride or die.
What I mean is at the end of Rebel Dawn, spoiler alert, folks. You see a scene from her point of view where she was leading a rebel team to get what?
I'm sorry, Titan. Really? That's awesome. Well, hey, I think
hey Titan, you won the nerd competition for February.
Can you tell her I loved her books on Han Solo? And
yes, from both of us.
Yeah, they were a formative part of me.
Okay, well, if you still are in touch with Anne, tell her that 2 younger, not like still kids, but kids in the 90s and aughts absolutely adored her books about Han Solo. Like, they were awesome.
Yeah, they
like that.
Well, they still are.
Yeah, yes, they are still very awesome. And Han Solo's brush with Darth Vader in the second book is by far the best novelization representation of Darth Vader, that I read as a kid.
Yeah.
Well, no, AOL doesn't exist anymore, but I don't know. Maybe Titan still is in touch with her.
Ooh. Well, I understand why she wrote about Han Solo then. I like her already. I like her more already. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to turn my camera back on because my wife woke up for work. So, fun fact, folks, my wife is kitchen manager and head baker at a bakery, which means that, her first shift starts around this time or earlier.
Yeah. She's got to be there to bake the bread early. Yeah.
Well, cupcakes and cheesecakes and pies. I get to be the guinea pig for new recipes. It's wonderful.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine. I don't know. There was a lot of like the 90s and 2000s Star Wars books. So fucking great.
They were, but there were also a lot of duds.
Oh God, yes.
I'm not even going to acknowledge the existence of, for some godforsaken reason, there was like a dozen of each. Like the stuff about Obi-Wan and Anakin between episodes 1 and 2, or the stuff about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
Okay, are you talking about like the young adult, like the tiny thin novels of the stuff about Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan?
Yes, the stuff that was like 100. The stuff that was like 140 pages.
Yeah.
Boba Fett had like 5 of those. Like post episode 2. Wait, time out, Bugs. Have you never seen Star Wars? Or are you just saying you wish you could watch it with a fresh pair of, like,
They've never seen it.
What?
I'm gonna have to. I don't think I'm working tomorrow, so I think I might make him. I don't know.
I mean, I say this as someone who I can only assume you live in the States. How have you managed to not watch Star Wars?
Because he's younger than us.
Fair enough. I'll say this. I'm a shameless fanboy. I'm a shameless fanboy, but putting on my film critic hat.
Yeah.
What?
Well, because the Force is God.
Well, I guess that's weird to me because my parents being as fundamentalist as they were,
same with mine.
Yeah.
My dad loved Star Wars, and they introduced me to Star Trek, and Star Trek is pretty fucking liberal.
It's a literal communist utopia. Wait, time out, Bugs. Harry Potter was okay in your house, but Star Wars wasn't? What?
Well, I mean, the school I went to allowed Star Wars, and we talked about Star Wars all the time and watched that shit.
Yeah.
But Harry Potter was a no-no. God didn't make aliens, blah, blah, blah.
Time out. How do they know that? The Bible doesn't say he didn't make aliens.
I actually... Steve, okay. I need you to talk to Richard. I need you to talk to Richard Madsen. I will make this happen.
Who the fuck is Richard Madsen?
He is my favorite Christian. He's got some out there ideas. He's a smart dude, though.
Okay.
But here's the thing. He's vigorously Christian, but he's not like a conservative asshat piece of shit motherfucker.
Pretty much he's someone who follows the moral teachings.
Yeah.
A good Christian.
Yeah, he just has some weird ideas about shit. Like,
That's fine.
He's a great guy.
Hey,
I
my
love Richard.
stance on religion in general is there's nothing wrong.
Master, give Dobby a Bible. Master's giving Dobby a Bible. Dobby is free.
Oh, yeah, I actually forgot that Anakin is a,
direct analog for Jesus. And also, you want to know, Anakin's mom's name?
Shmi?
Yeah, that's a Jewish name.
Well, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that's a Jewish name.
It is. Which is like, well, yeah.
I mean, Lucas isn't known for his subtle. I mean, Vader is literally. I don't want to say it because on the off chance Bugs doesn't know.
Yeah.
Bugs,
No.
how much do you know? Because
nothing.
To avoid some main things. Is Bugs the only adult on the North American continent that doesn't know?
Probably. There's probably about 12 total.
What? Gingerbread men.
Well,
okay, I didn't have gingerbread men as a kid because we didn't have those cookie cutters. But, dude, gingerbread cookies fucking slap. Well, they are delicious. You are missing out, Bugs.
The weirdest thing is...
just go out. Bugs, I'm not judging, okay? I totally understand, okay? I was you until I left home and a lot of stuff. But next time you go grocery shopping, do yourself a favor, get yourself some ginger snaps. I mean, personally, Oh, you have had them. Okay, wonderful. Wait, well, who blocked? Titan's blocked? Did you do that, Kat?
No, that was the wrong. Hold on. I meant to block this person. Can I unblock Titan?
Titan?
Where's...
It was an accident.
Titan, how do I unblock you? Why'd you
come back? You can
why'd you type then? Hold on. I'm gonna need to do something here.
All right, I will keep the masses entertained.
All right, I'm. Tell me if I leave. So keep talking.
Hi. Why don't you just mute yourself and then, I'm sure you have to have a way to get a hold of Titan outside of this, right?
I do.
Okay.
But
tell him you're sorry. Buy him like a half dozen roses and a box of chocolates.
I'm on YouTube. Why can I not undo this? No. How do I Titan? Unhide user on this channel. Okay, Titan, you're back. Okay, thank you. Whew. Oh god. All right. Yes, it was friendly fire.
Yeah, Kat, you're supposed to turn that setting off. Come on.
Well, look, I'm sorry, they are.
Oh shit, have I been misgendering Titan this whole time?
Possibly.
Oh, Bugs, you want to talk about Shai Hulud, the maker?
I figured it. Oh! I don't know, are we talking about Dune?
Wait, shit, we can talk about Dune.
Yeah, we can talk about Dune.
Titan
Let the spice flow, bitch. Oh shit. Holy fuck. You talk about Dune, I'll fix the wrench.
Okay. Okay. thanks, Titan. I will try to remember to use they, them.
They say he, him, or they, them. Either is good.
Okay. Yeah, so Dune. First of all, Denis Villeneuve fucking hit it out of the park of the movie. I know a lot of the hardcore book fans. Oh, okay, Bugs, you're just a bunch of worms in a trench coat. Well, Kat knows a trio of kobolds in a trench coat as well, so you two get along great, I imagine.
Yeah, well, I also know a fucking, what was it, a halfling and a dwarf in a trench coat.
Yep.
Anyways, continuing.
But yeah, Denis Villeneuve's movie was just fucking phenomenal. And I know a lot of the book purists are pissed at it for this reason or that reason. It's like Lord of the Rings. It's a book so massive, you just can't make a perfect page-for-page adaptation. And, you know, we're getting the sequel, thankfully. Like, I should say, part 2 of Dune. Because the movie only covered the first half of the book. Which is good, because the book is a fucking big read. And to do it justice, it needed to be done over like 5 to 6 hours. And the world is amazing. Like, not just Arrakis.
Yes.
But the entire universe. Like,
Yeah.
Like, the Sardaukar. I never watched the 80s movie, but I watched the sci-fi miniseries.
Oh, that was pretty
here's
good.
the thing. Here's the thing. The writing was good. The acting was okay. It was a faithful adaptation on a 2001 sci-fi miniseries budget.
Yeah. Well,
that was the biggest problem.
When I say it was good, I'm saying it was good for an early 2001 sci-fi channel
miniseries.
Yeah.
If you enjoyed the book, you would enjoy the miniseries.
Yeah.
If you had never heard of the book, if you didn't enjoy the book, it wasn't going to make you a fan. Whereas Villeneuve's movie is, even if you had never heard of Dune, I can't imagine anybody seeing that and not wanting to read the book.
I haven't. I've seen a couple of clips of it, and the clips I've seen are phenomenal, and I really want to just...
It's just amazing. But, so the miniseries, the Sardaukar, the Padishah Emperor's personal army of just, like, death commandos. Each one is like a fucking convicted... Yeah, Bugs, you were a wee little Bobby.
Yeah.
I didn't see it until 2013, if that makes me cool. Anywho, so the Sardaukar, like, each one is a soldier that would make Master Chief, reassess whether he should actually do this fight. And in the fucking sci-fi miniseries, they look like jokes. I think they're wearing chef's hats as part of the costume and uniform. Whereas, I'm very cool, very scrunkly. I have no oh, thank you. But in the new movie...
I think that's a good thing.
I can only assume. I'm hip. I'm jiggy with it. I'm radical. I'm tubular. Bodacious. I channel the cowabunga.
Look, Dune is just... If Ender's Game wasn't written by a homophobe.
I mean, the only character that is homosexual is the fucking Baron Harkonnen. So you don't really have a leg to stand on there, Kat.
Well, no. Orson Scott Card is a notorious self-hating gay.
So you're saying Frank Herbert may not have been homophobic. He may have just been leaning into queer coding the villain.
Yeah. That's really all I think it is, because Orson Scott Card...
Well, Spooky, it's because I enjoy those jazz cigarettes.
Yeah, but have you smoked they're the jazz flavor of they're
Jazz isn't
jazz.
a flavor; it's a
Yes, it
music
is.
genre,
Yes,
cat.
it is. No, they're black and mild jazz with the wood tip.
Oh,
Oh,
actually, in my 9 months as a night shift manager at Walgreens, yes, I'm familiar with those.
yep.
Not the most popular, but my god, those who love them love them.
See, I mean, I'm I constantly you can attest to this. I constantly smell like alcohol and
Yeah.
wintergreen and tobacco. And it doesn't I could have not had a drink in 2 weeks and I still smell vaguely like beer and vodka.
But, okay, so the short and sweet of sorry, I don't mean to ignore what you said, Kat. I
Oh
just
no,
keep getting
it's
sidetracked.
fine. You're on a point. Go.
The Villanueva movie, it looks exactly how I pictured it would when I was reading the book. Like, hell, Kat, I did my fucking, like, midterm report in our sci-fi lit class on Dune. Like, you know how much that book spoke to me
Yeah.
when I discovered it in high school.
Yeah.
Actually, I lived with Kat for about a year and change, Bugs. That's not the most inaccurate, depending on her day. I mean, replace
Yeah.
the six-pack with, bottom shelf vodka and you're spot on.
Look, hey, Steve, I've been getting better and I've been drinking less hard liquor and I just drink beer instead because then I don't get stupid drunk and I could just buy a 6-pack and yeah.
I didn't I wasn't being serious. I saw the opportunity for a joke, Kat. I
I
love you.
know, I'm just saying. And yes, please take every opportunity for every joke at my expense because I think
I
it's
know.
funny. Okay.
I know, and like me, you appreciate self-depreciating humor,
Yeah.
but I also know that wasn't an amazing time in your life, so I didn't wanna.
Ah, it was not the worst time in my life. I mean, it wasn't a good time, but it wasn't the worst because, I had friends like you who, for whatever
Wah,
reason, put
wah,
up with me.
wah, 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 wah. No, no. That's all I know from the song.
But I I really do want to see the Dune movie.
So I
Because
have HBO Max presently. Hell, I got HBO
I do
Max to
too.
watch it. Oh, why the fuck didn't you watch it?
Because I forgot I had HBO Max up until right this moment.
Uh, okay.
Okay, my roommates have it on the TV in my room. Hey. Yeah.
So I'll say this: the main points of complaint that book fans have,
Yeah.
Kynes was changed from being a man to a woman. Which it's like, okay, that doesn't change anything regarding the story, and frankly, Dune is kind of a sausage
Yeah.
fest.
Yeah, weird change, but I'm not complaining. I think that's an adequate,
Right, like the
fine
character is
change.
completely accurate to the representation in the book.
Yeah, if the character's the same, I don't care.
It's just instead of having a
Yeah.
dick, Kynes now is a woman.
Ooh.
Let's see, what's the other? Oh, a character they absolutely knocked out of the park, Baron Harkonnen. Like in the '80s movie, from clips I've seen, he's just practically a Saturday morning cartoon villain, right?
Yes, he is.
And in the sci-fi
Which, by the
miniseries,
way, I love.
yes, it's amusing, but it's not
Oh, yeah,
terrifying. Like the Baron is supposed to
yeah.
be like, because most
He,
Bond villains up until the recent movies were
well,
kind of jokey.
yeah. He's
Like,
supposed to be like Jigsaw, not Skeletor.
yeah, and they fucking nailed it. Like it's like a man so obese he needs hover gear to move around. That isn't supposed to be intimidating, but in the book, the language Herbert uses, the descriptions, it's just like, oh my god, this is a terrifying monster of a man.
Well,
he's physically intimidating somehow, and they pull it off.
That's
and the
something.
And the other complaint then is the Dr. Yue. No spoilers, so I'll just say Dr. Yue is a character that in the book gets more attention than he gets in the movie. So certain events get more weight. I think that could have been handled better in the movie, I will admit that. But it is a movie almost 3 hours long, and they have to...
Yeah. You know,
that's kind of like saying, you know, as a Lord of the Rings fan, like, the hobbits didn't stop at Tom Bombadil's place or swing by the Barrow Wights or whatever.
I needed to highlight this because
did I miss something in chat?
I'm Wild Heart's talking to Bugs, and I thought Steve was going to rush to Cat's defense. No, apparently you were spot on, Bugs. I've admitted myself this is how I smell multiple times.
Like, it's not a bit. I mean, granted, I haven't seen Cat in person in
a little over a year.
About a year and change.
Mm-hmm. You saw me. Trait. You saw me like a month, maybe less, before I moved.
Yeah, you moved. I think late September.
Yeah, I moved just after you moved.
Yeah.
So yeah. Whose voice?
I assume Bugs. I mean, Kat, do you want to drop the link to the stream? Apparently this is going to be a long one again.
No.
No? It's a two-man show?
Yeah. Certain individuals can join. Certain individuals I will not allow at the current time.
Because we just keep getting interesting folks with interesting interpretations.
Yes, I happen to have acquired recently an interesting, because I'm shifting my particular direction of content.
We're not saying it's Will's fault. But we're not.
I said nothing about whose fault it is, and I really don't know whose it is. That's a you opinion, not a me opinion. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know who the hell is fucking doing weird shit right now, but I'm just saying. Shut the fuck up, Wildheart. But wait, you've seen the Ender's Game movie, right?
Actually, no, I haven't. Because, well, time out. I just want to get a bit out. Because I read the nothing regarding the Hegeman, but like the Ender's Game, the Xenocide, like that quadrilogy in high school. I enjoyed it. It got fucking weird, but overall, I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
So when Ender's Game was announced, it's like, okay, I'm interested, but I'm not holding out any hope for this for the same reason I didn't hold out any hope that they would do a good job adapting Hunger Games, because, you know, just how absolutely shitty kids can be to each other is kind of a theme of the book. And like, for that book to be done right, they'd have to go R, frankly.
Didn't we go see Hunger Games together in Sci-Fi Lit?
Yes, we did. And I
I've
had no
never
interest in
read
reading
that
the
book.
book, but you and I were both like, wait, so we get out of school for like
Yeah,
3 hours,
yeah. I
and we
remember
just have to
having that
read.
conversation.
It's like we just have to read this 180, maybe 200-page young adult dystopian fiction novel. All right, and
Which
I'll admit, the first book I enjoyed. It was fine. It wasn't,
I
like I remember all of our classmates were like, "Oh my god, it's so eye-opening about how violent human nature is." And this is like, I haven't even read Lord of the Flies, and I can tell you several books that do this better. Like this is mediocre drivel. And then we went to see the movie, and oh my god, I'm pretty sure our class thought I was going to be the school shooter in our school when I was giving my critiques. I'm
yeah,
not sure if you remember this
I
because
do.
okay, okay, I'm glad I left an impression because everyone was fawning over the movie. I'm like, it was
I
fucking
know.
stupid, and I knew it would be because this needed to be R to do it justice. What are you talking about? It was so violent and terrible. No, it wasn't. Like at that after that one guy, that career killed Rose, and she like
Yeah.
in a rage shot him with her arrow, and he just dropped. That would not have happened like that. What are you
Oh god,
talking
no.
about? Well, for starters, in the book, it goes into pretty good detail about how
Yep.
he is fucking in pain and suffering, and she considers putting him down quickly and cleanly as she would a deer. It's like, no, because the deer did nothing wrong. This monster did something awful. Praise God. Secondly, not that I've ever harvested a deer myself, but my father
I
dragged me
have.
on several hunting trips, and it's like, yeah, unless you hit something really vital like the brain
Mm.
or the heart,
Well,
mainly
it
those two,
it
and
de-
even the heart, it isn't an instant drop.
no. Even the
You
brain,
are
it's not an instant drop.
right.
Especially with an arrow.
Yeah,
Like you
right.
can
It's
hit
like,
a deer here's the thing. If it's a big fucking deer and you hit it with a compound bow in the heart and like it wasn't at the exact right tightness,
yeah.
it's not going to kill it instantly, and you're going to have to follow the blood trail for like 100,
Mhm.
200 feet.
Right. And she hit that deer in center mass. So, I mean, that person.
Oh,
So let's assume
yeah,
she hit a lung. Let's assume she hit a lung. He
oh
would be
yeah, that's not
screaming in
deadly.
pain.
Well,
Yeah,
not
he's going to
instantly.
die. He's going to die,
Yeah.
but he's going to be screaming his one remaining lung out, and he can
Well,
still
that's the thing.
breathe.
Well, even then, if you pulled the arrow out, applied compression above it, and put saran wrap with tape on 3 sides, the sides and the top, you would essentially, your lung wouldn't be punctured anymore because you'd be using the saran wrap.
Well, that lung, in theory, would be filling with blood then.
Yeah, it would slowly, but like
But
you'd have hours,
yes,
right?
but yeah,
Like
and so I told him this, and it's like he would have just, and
I
they're like,
know.
"You're so morbid. How do you like?"
I was there.
No, that's yeah. It's like, wow, guys. But yeah, stupid fucking movie, mediocre. Not a bad first book. I read the second, and I immediately lost interest by
I
the end of the book.
I wound up. I didn't. I think I said. I actually think I did read the first book, but only enough to like give enough
Bullshit
answers
a
for
one-page report so that we could get out.
yeah. And then I reread it later after the movie because then I was interested because then I was just like, all right, let's see. It's a generic young adult novel. Let's see actually how it compares to the movie. Because like I read it, but I skimmed through it. I just noticed the major points, whatever. And then I reread it, and then I read. I think the first. I think I read 3 or 4 of the books, and the
There are 3
second one.
books.
There's 3. Okay, because I was gonna say the second one I remember distinctly as being dead boring.
Yep. Yeah. The second book is literally the first book all over again, and setting
Yeah,
up the third book.
yeah. And then the third book was okay, but less
That's
good than
that's
the
what I've heard.
first.
Is like the ththird book does a good job of wrapping everything up.
Yeah, like
Um,
it. It gave a minimally satisfactory ending. It wasn't the best, but like it was satisfactory. I wasn't upset.
You want to know what I appreciate?
We didn't
most?
need the second book, but yeah, continue.
No. You want to know what I appreciate most from Hunger Games' contribution to the cinematic canon? The How It Should Have Ended video that we got for that movie. And the Hungry for Power games that we got from Stephen Colbert.
Okay, yeah. I love Stephen Colbert.
The Hungry for Power games bits were hilarious. But so what How It Should Have Ended did is because I'm sure we're all familiar with How It Should Have Ended regarding their videos and movies. Pretty much they make the joke that I was praying they would. The tributes from District 9 find the mech suit from District 9.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, Titan, we have a cat.
I've got an army. Cling film. Yep. You know what? You're right, Wildheart. I was using a brand name like a weirdo. I do like Steve's response. I've got an army. I've got to get earlier, where was it? I was occasionally battling Will before I even knew who Kat was. Actually, I remember when she moved. Yes, Titan was there. Titan and I have had a very strange relationship over our times. See, Steve. Oh yeah, you're still there. You were just standing still. I thought you were frozen. See, I have switched sides. I don't know.
Okay, elaborate.
That's a lie. I have not switched sides. I'm just chaotic neutral, but in a good way.
Okay, well, I've known that for over a decade. Elaborate.
Yes, but for a while there, I was like the murder hobo kind of chaotic neutral. You know, the kind that ruins a campaign.
You keep telling me this like it's news.
Yeah, I know, but like I was worse about it for a while.
Okay, you know what? Let's pause, let's rewind, and let's start from the beginning, because I feel like you're trying to tell me something that how you're explaining it to me now doesn't sound like news, but I feel like there's details that you're trying to tell me.
So within the community that we are speaking with.
Which community?
Just what the fuck do we even call this community?
The Bugs Brigade.
Apparently. What was I thinking? Yeah, the theism, atheism, philosophy, politics, debate sphere.
Okay, so just to make it a little more rolling off the tongue and lyrical and catchy.
Yeah.
Alphabet Mafia streaming.
Alphabet Mafia streaming. I mean,
my
pretty
wife
accurate.
My wife likes to call the LGBTQ plus community the Alphabet Mafia. I forgot where she picked it up.
That's what I'm doing now. And I know what you mean. But before I was, but I also wasn't. I've shifted in content quite a bit. Well, you've seen
I caught you
previous.
on the tail end of hanging out with Will. I participated on the
Yeah,
tail end of you hanging out with Will a few times.
yeah,
Um, the first time it was all fun and games. The second time it got
yeah, yeah.
mean-spirited,
Well,
and then the third time it's like, "Well,
and
we're in a pandemic. Please tell me you are saying what I think." I gotta go. My car is calling.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and that's
So you went from
yes,
being antagonistic, which, Kat, I love you, but if I'm gonna be honest, you've always been a little antagonistic.
yes, but I
Just
was
a
too
little bit.
antagonistic,
Yeah, yeah.
and
But so you went from being someone who kept on poking the bear and just, being the Wolverine looking to fight anyone and everyone.
yeah, I went from being, I went from poking, you know, to like digging until I found a button I could push, right? Like I went from poking at a button that was obvious to everyone to like digging until I could find a button to push, and I didn't. That's not healthy.
Yeah. And
Like
that's I was gonna say, like, you tried a few times to get me interested in Will's show that you participated in, and from the bits I
it's
saw, it's just like this is not the kind of content that I'm interested in.
and I honestly, you're you're partially to blame for me not doing that anymore. So
See, I sent you that message and then I didn't hear from you for like a month, and I'm like, oh fuck, did I piss her off?
no, no, I just you sent me that message around the time other shit happened, and I was just like, you know what?
Double whammy of eye opening.
Yeah, and then I just had to like sit. I had to stew in my own stupidity and be like, God damn it,
Hey,
why?
hey,
Why?
we all do stupid shit sometimes, and that's why I'm your mama, Agnar Seamus.
Yes, yes, this is your yes. Mama Agnar Seamus. Mother of the battle cats. Children of the grassy knoll, yes.
Damn straight.
Correct. Yep. I think that's your full title.
Yeah, I just can't recall. And now you're doing much more interesting shows with Steve and
I
such.
right.
Aw.
See, I here's the thing though, like, because okay, the only shows I piloted on Will's channel were of similar topics. And I'm actually having a lot more fun just like cuz like, we stay on topic for a while and then we just kind of then talk about shit when we're done.
And
And
somehow it
it
keeps
just
ending up as Star Wars, okay? I'm not sure if it's my fault or yours, but I'm noticing
both.
a pattern here. Do we need to go to rehab for Star Wars?
No, because
Where has
people
Disney
like it.
hurt us?
Uh, I can
I
tell you
know.
exactly
I
where
I know, I
Disney's
know,
hurt
I know,
me.
I know, I know. It was a joke. It was a joke, Cat. I'm sorry.
No,
I didn't
don't
mean to
make
rub salt on
jokes
the
about
wound.
where Disney's hurt me. Disney hurt me a lot, man.
Cat,
I
Cat,
just
show me on the Gundam model where Disney hurt you.
no. I just look, man. All I wanted was for Luke to not be a shitty character.
Actually, better yet, show me on the Rancor or the ATST where Disney hurt you.
Uh, 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 I don't, man. Disney hurt me a lot. Look, okay. They're threatening to say that the Old Republic is no longer canon. I don't.
Oh
I
my god. Sorry, tangent. That game's getting another fucking expansion.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay,
Well,
you knew about this.
I know.
I saw that announcement. I'm like, wait, people still play that?
A lot, actually.
What?
A shocking amount.
Okay, because when it went free to play back in college, like my floor and I, like a bunch of people made accounts. I think I got to like level 30 and it was just like, okay, this is a fun enough game, but while it's free to play, it really penalizes you if you play free. And I'm sick and tired of the grind.
Yeah. It's really popular in Korea.
Oh, well,
so
does that count?
Well,
to them, yes. But I was going to say, I think like 4 years back, a buddy of mine who also enjoys Star Wars told me like, oh yeah, it's a lot better now. You know, they got rid of that stupid grind. I'm like, okay, I'll give it another chance. I was playing as a Sith warrior last time. I'll try a bounty hunter this time. And to their credit, the grind was not nearly as bad. In fact, they fixed it so much that I was over leveled just by playing story missions. I was level 15 in a level 8 area just by playing story missions. I get it. A lot of people left. A lot of people had complaints regarding the grind. You should adjust the slide. Make it so that, you know, if you play just story, you can do that if you want. You might be a little underleveled, maybe. You know, you do that and all the side missions, you'll be a couple levels above. Because I was doing all missions and I was always underleveled before. This just story missions, like, jeez. You know, I don't get me wrong. I enjoy power trip games. Hell, I mean, I play Devil May Cry and Hades and shit, but you know, there's a difference between, you know, actiony where you're the big damn hero and just I press the button and they're all dead.
I feel like the Old Republic should have been more, you know, you have to earn it, especially if you're not a force unit, a force, you know, wielding unit, you know, and that would have been fucking super fun. It would have been great. But and here's the thing. The only reason I like the game is because so basically the people who made the first two and wrote out the script for the third are the creative directors.
Okay.
So they're continuing the canon of that time region.
I'll be honest. I think it was the second expansion that introduced like the focus on. I want to say he's the Sith Emperor in exile. I don't know. Like the cinematic trailer was cool. Like it had two brothers. One was getting more and more cyborgy. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
At that point, I lost all interest in it. And I think that was just after the Disney canon reset. And to me, it just felt like they were like, well, it's not canon. Fuck it. We're going to do whatever we want. There was a third faction the whole time.
It was, I believe they got recently-ish got bought out by someone else. And then canons changed. Yes.
Now, Kat, don't ban them.
I might. I do what I want, Steve. Don't tell me how to live my life.
Don't sass your mama.
Sorry, Mom. God, Mom. I don't know. Here's the thing. Like, Disney missed out because it's like, all right, so when you bought the Star Wars franchise, you shouldn't have immediately made sequel movies.
Yeah.
You should
they
have
announced that
pandered.
they announced they were working on sequel. Like, it was December 2012 that they made the acquisition finalized
Yeah,
in public, and then 3 years later, we got sequel movies.
yeah. They
Like,
shouldn't have done
they
that.
announced that they were working on those. Sorry, guys, about the sudden volume increase. I was just adjusting.
I like it.
But they announced, all right. They announced they were working on those like within 3 months of the acquisition.
Yep. Which, you want to know what they should have done? First thing they should have done was the Han Solo movie.
Like I said, they should have opened with, maybe if you want to do stuff about these characters, like Han Solo, recast them.
Yeah, that's exactly. They should have opened up with a Han Solo movie, because you know what? You can recast characters then, and you can show the already existing fans, hey, we're gonna keep the shit you like. We're gonna change some shit, but we're gonna keep the core. We're gonna keep the main beats, right?
Well, and where I start getting concerned was when they announced Rogue One, because they made the title announcement before any other details of that movie were released.
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, oh my god, a Rogue Squadron movie? I don't know. I don't care what era it takes place in. I'm going to be so excited to see, Wedge and the boys and gals just, flying around in their X-Wings, A-Wings, B-Wings. Maybe some idiots flying a Y-Wing because they need a heavy bomber. And and it's going to be about the team that got the Death Star plans. It's like
2 idiots flying a Y-Wing. It requires 2.
No, you can lock the turret.
Okay, fair enough.
You can lock the turret. However, and then they said, and it's going to be about the group of rebels that stole the Death Star plans before Episode 4. It's like, that sounds really cool. Why the fuck is it called Rogue One?
And
you could have named it anything else. You call something Rogue One, me and every other Star Wars fan is going to assume Rogue Squadron. And the fact that isn't the case has disappointed me immeasurably.
I am the dictator. You will call me Adolf Cienfuegos.
You're a cat. But I thought that you opened the chat. Why no bugs?
Because I'm the dictator, bitch. Because do you want to hear vigorous echoing? No, you don't. I don't care. Shut your face hole. Yeah, you say that now.
But cat. It's not that.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. What was I just thinking? Yeah,
I mean,
it's
Bugs,
just...
is your audio that bad?
No, it's I'll tell you later.
Right.
But it's just Disney did everything wrong, because it's like I liked Rogue One. I really liked Rogue One.
Oh no,
I was shocked.
Rogue One was a fucking awesome movie.
I didn't like their sequel movies, any of the 3 of them, but I thought Rogue One was really good.
For me, I'm sure there's a term for this. All 3 of the sequel movies I enjoyed watching them in theaters. They were fun to see in theaters. And then once I got out and stopped to think about it, it's like,
yeah,
that was a one-time viewing. Viewing, and I never need to see those again. I own Episode 7 on Blu-ray because I bought it to...
Episode 7 is the best. Of the sequels, I think Episode 7 is the best.
Well, and I bought it again to rewatch it because when Episode 8 was coming out, I had not rewatched that movie yet, and Disney Plus I hadn't even been announced. So it's like, well, I mean, I've been needing to get it anyways. But in regards to the best one, I kind of want to say episode 8 for me, just because it was willing to take risks. It dropped the ball on a lot of stuff. I will fully admit that. But episode 7 was just rehashing episode 4, which was already kind of rehashed with episode 1.
Well, all right. I might be getting my shit confused. So, episode 7, because, okay.
Force Awakens.
The only I
Last
don't
Jedi,
remember. I don't remember what any of them are called, because I only cared about the one character, and it was fuck. Why am I forgetting his name? Not Kit Fisto.
Poe Dameron.
No, the Stormtrooper.
Finn.
Yeah, Finn. Yeah. He was the only one I fucking cared about.
Okay, if Finn was the one you cared about, you definitely did not like Force Awakens.
No, I did. Yeah, I didn't like
Last Jedi. You definitely did not like Last Jedi then.
Yeah, because it's like Kylo Ren, I was confused about. And they didn't bother. Disney never bothered addressing that. Yeah, this is just Jason Solo, but accelerated.
Yeah,
they didn't bother telling that to anyone, which left people like me being like, who is this fucking off-brand Jason Solo? The fuck is this shit? Right? And then not acknowledging the fact that it's off-brand Jason Solo. And I'm like, look, I like Finn. Finn's pretty cool. Han's dead, great, whatever. Chewie dies in the near future anyways in regular canon, so whatever. Fine. It's whatever. Fine. I get it. It's cool. We're good. It was kind of a bullshit way for him to die, because that's not the way Han would ever die in anything ever. I'm not sure why Disney made him go out like a bitch.
Because it was his son?
So? He fucking squared up to Jason Solo when he was Darth Caedius.
Did he?
Yeah. He did, and so did Leia.
Okay,
him and Leia squared up to him. Well, Darth Krayt was there with fucking Jen Orso. No, not Jen Orso. Fucking Mara Jade. Sorry.
Not possible.
Yeah?
Because Jason Solo killed Mara Jade to cement his turn to the dark side, and Krayt would not have been there because Krayt was on the Yuuzhan Vong ships before they breached the Galactic Rim. I forget the name
what
of the
am
Jedi
I thinking
that was
of?
on outbound flight, but
not Krayt.
Escaped.
You're right. It wasn't Krayt. Who the fuck was it then? Who was Jason's?
1 second.
You're
Keep
right.
going, I'm just checking.
No, you're right, because Krayt was around before, but he was Darth Krayt after Darth Caedius. Who was Jason's evil boy? Evil Master Sith Lord. Who was his Sith Lord? Because fucking...
Okay, Vergeer is the name of the Jedi from Outbound Flight that experimented on Krayt.
All right.
Oh, well, this is not helpful at all.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who Jason Solo's Sith person was. Because I know it's not Darth Krayt, but I always think it is. I know it's not, but every time I think of fucking Jason Solo being a Sith, I think his master's Darth Krayt. The point is, fucking Han and Leia fucking square up against this kid at one point with someone else on their side. Or maybe it's just Leia, because Leia knows how to use a lightsaber and the Force. Or maybe it's the other kid. What's the other kid's name?
There's Jason, there's Jaina,
Yeah.
and there's Anakin.
Yeah, we don't talk about Anakin.
We don't talk about Anakin, no. We don't talk about Anakin, but he had his own series.
Yeah, he did. Well, I mean, no, he really didn't have his own series. His apprentice had her own series.
Wait, Spooky, are you muting us because of book spoilers or actual Disney canon spoilers? Because book spoilers, man, like, this is 20 years old at this point. Like, you've had your chance.
Yeah. Yes, Chewbacca does die before Han.
Yeah, but Chewie went out like a fucking boss.
Yeah.
Saved Anakin, and effectively it takes a moon being thrown at him.
Yeah. Chewie dies like a fucking boss.
That being said, R.A. Salvatore caught all kinds of flack for killing Chewie. I don't know how they thought fans would react to that, but they did not expect that much backlash.
Here's the thing, like, not being, because like I didn't read it when it came out, obviously, because I was we weren't
even in kindergarten when that happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would have been like 2 or 3 years old.
That happened in the first Yuuzhan Vong book, Chewie died.
Yeah, and like, yeah,
and that was a 10 or 11 book series that took almost a decade to write.
Yeah, but reading it, it's like when I read it, it was in like 2002, 2003, I think, when I read it. Because I wasn't in high school when I read it yet. So, and then I reread it when I was like 13, so just going into high school. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like, it sucks that Chewie died, but that's such a fucking metal way for Chewie to die that it's really good. And like, I understand how people at the time were pissed, but like, seriously, how else was Chewie gonna die? Quietly at home? No. He's gonna die fulfilling his life debt. I'm just saying, I feel like that's a fitting end for Chewie. And a badass one at that.
Well, I don't know where I was going with that thought. It just popped out of my head.
Oh, you're fine. I don't know. I'm just really frustrated with Disney because you had so much to work with, and you made a dead end story. That's okay. Here's the thing.
So I was explaining why I liked not Rise of Skywalker, Last Jedi best out of them. As it was coming out, I was reserving my, critiques of the sequel trilogy until we got all three. Because off the bat, people were really critical of them. But I was willing to, hey, turn my brain off fun Star Wars movies. Because, new movies for new fans. And then, at the end of the day, I kind of stand behind that a little bit because it's I'll never pretend that they're as good as the, prequel trilogy. Never mind the the original trilogy, but new generation and all that. But at least with Last Jedi, it was willing to take risks. I think the whole Luke being that I'm done with this. I no, you don't want me as a teacher. Let me be a hobo.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me live on my island and leave me the fuck alone. You want nothing to do with me, and I want nothing to do with you. Handled poorly, but I like the idea. It makes sense.
It could have been good. That's they made it a dead end story. It could have been interesting because they could have just taken. Here's the thing: they could have hit all the story beats with Luke, but made it so that it happened later, so that it happened with Mark Hamill's character as his age, right? And that would have fit in perfectly, right? No, they just made it a dead end story where Luke's just a fucking jackass.
And visually, as someone who enjoys beautiful shots, Last Jedi had so many beautifully shot scenes. And all those people Vice Admiral Hodo doing this hyperspace ram that breaks canon, and it's stupid, and shut the fuck up, okay? Actually, it doesn't break canon at all. Well, then why didn't they just do that to the Death Star? Well, for one, the Death Star had its shields up at all times. Secondly, that was a perfect storm maneuver. So, when you punch into hyperspace, you are literally punching into a parallel dimension, more or less. So, there's a very brief window of space where you are moving faster than light, but not quite punched into that parallel dimension. So when she did that, Snoke's ship was at that distance, and they had lowered their shields to divert more power to their blasters. If his shields were up, she would have just smashed into space dust. Which, I mean, she did ultimately, but she hit her target first. It did not break canon. You want to know what did break canon? Rise of Skywalker. That opening scene.
Yeah.
We don't have time to plug in the Navicomputer. Just fucking punch it. What? Punch it. They're following us. Punch it again. What? Guys, isn't this a really bad... Are you making light speed jumps in Atmo?
Which
are they following you?
That's you can't.
That broke so many.
Here's the thing.
Light speed.
Doing the Kessel run in fewer parsecs, that's actually a thing that makes sense in canon. A different hyperspace trail, right? You can't just jump through hyperspace randomly. Okay.
Right. Especially in Atmo.
Yes.
And also,
which
it wasn't the TIE fighters plugging in the same Navicomputer coordinates and following them. It was like they were following the Falcon into the hyperspace tube lane. I don't know, but that doesn't work because it isn't like in Halo 2. Your ship kind of does that to follow a Covenant cruiser. It isn't like that.
Yeah,
it's like coordinated jumps are everybody coordinating their Navicomputers. All right, guys, we're all going here, right? Right? Everybody's computer synced up? Okay.
Yep.
And we all want to arrive at the same time? All right. 3, 2, 1, punch it.
Bing. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's a coordinated thing.
And
you don't just someone punch into hyperspace. Quick. If we fly into that hole, we'll follow them. No, there's no hole.
No.
There
is no hole. Yeah. And that's because you're not in Star Wars, you're not tearing a hole. You're essentially like popping up a plane of existence. You're like whoop, and then zoom, and then you pop back down in. Right?
Yeah, you're popping into a different dimension where essentially light speed limit does not exist.
Yeah.
It's called hyperspace. Hyperspace is
Yes.
a different dimension where, you know, the speed limit that we have in the real world doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it has essentially shadows of, you know, every celestial body, hence why you have to, you know, have the Navicomputer.
Yeah. And there's entire regions that are not explored, and then there's entire regions of hyperspace that aren't explored. And that's why they have such like rigorous, you know, trade routes between things.
Yep, that's exactly why you have hyperspace lanes. They are established like, hey, you use this,
safe.
you won't hit
safe.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like smuggler routes, they're like, or like there's a whole arc in Clone Wars about getting access to the maps on Kashyyyk because the Wookiees had several routes mapped that the Republic didn't have access to. The movie that started the Clone Wars series, that whole incident that Dooku orchestrated was to get access to the Hutt routes.
Can we talk about how Dooku is basically the quintessential good guy turned bad by the good guys?
A book came out like 2 years ago that I need to read because both old and new canon, Dooku, poor implementation in episode 2.
In the movies, he's shown poorly.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
But as we've gotten more and more info about him, it's like, oh my god, like the same way that in old canon. So in new canon, Quinlan Vos is just kind of a boring, hey, loose, go with the flow Jedi. Old canon, Quinlan Vos was so fucking cool. He was a double agent working for the Jedi Council.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he was sent to infiltrate the Separatists. He believed he killed his own master to earn Dooku's favor, like, was his apprentice. Like, and he had problems skirting with the dark side as it was. I don't know why the fuck he would pick him for that mission then. Granted, he had espionage experience for the Council in the past.
Well,
regardless,
he was perfect.
He was so cool in the Dark Horse Clone Wars comics. And Clone Wars, the TV series, kind of did him dirty, in my opinion. But that's me putting on my Grognard hat. This is not my Grognard hat. This is my comfy winter hat.
Yeah.
But that's something I'm a Grognard about is Quinlan Vos.
Quinlan Vos and Asajj Ventress both did dirty.
No, Asajj was done right, in my opinion, in Clone Wars.
No, she was done right. Okay, no, when I say they were done dirty, Quinlan Vos was done dirty by Disney and also by the Jedi Council. Asajj Ventress was done dirty by her master, and I think Disney actually did her well.
Well, and I was going to say, if we're going to do that, Asajj Ventress was done dirty by Lucasfilm. Then.
Because
her initial appearance, she showed up and then destroyed, and then Dark Horse started bringing her in. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's just a punching bag for whoever shows up.
And here's the thing, though, she's badass as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, in a lot of the comics and books and shows, she's just. But like, then she can hold her own with fucking Obi-Wan. But, like, she gets her shit pushed in by random schmucks. And it's like, I'm sorry. Obi-Wan was one of the best duelists in the Jedi Order at the time. Like
I'm not sure if I'd argue he was one of the best duelists. He was one of
best
the...
fighters.
Yes.
Because it's like, yeah, okay. Kit Fisto's a better duelist.
No.
Well, yeah, Kit Fisto is actually a significantly better duelist.
No.
No?
No. Okay, guys. You're about to see the super nerdy side of me.
All right, revoke my Star Wars card.
Fisto was a master of Shicho, Form 1.
Yeah.
And Form 1 is often considered the beginners or the bare bones. It's not. It has plenty of uses, but its primary use was crowd control. So pretty much like he was great at going through, like in regards to battle, like
Yeah.
he could go through,
Well,
battalions of droids very well.
if
Form 2, the dueling form. Makashi,
yeah.
Dooku.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it was designed from the get-go for lightsaber versus lightsaber combat.
To be fair, Dooku mastered that and like 2 other forms. He mastered multiple forms. He was the best duelist the Jedi Order had seen since Yoda, and probably can out-duel Yoda in a straight lightsaber fight. Like, he was so specialized that he specialized his fucking lightsaber.
Yep.
And
so, Form 3, Surisu.
Mm-hmm.
That was the form that Obi-Wan mastered in his preferred form.
And Plo Koon did that in Form 5.
Yeah. Well, and like just because you master a form doesn't mean you don't know how to do the other forms.
No, I know, but he did
mm-hmm.
I think Plo Koon mastered Form 5 and then favored Forms 3 and 5, if I'm remembering correctly.
So Form 3, its big thing was defense. And like if you look at the history, it kind of follows the trends of the galaxy. So Form 1, lightsabers had just been developed. Form 2, that was the initial Jedi Sith divide. Form 3, blasters started becoming prevalent. So Form 3 being so defensive and big on circular motions is just like, keeping your lightsaber moving at all times in defensive flourishes. And essentially, you win your fights by tiring out your opponent.
Well, you also have to realize Obi-Wan is Qui-Gon's apprentice.
Mm-hmm. And he
who
saw
was Qui-Gon's master.
What? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So he learned
But I was
some
also
shit.
going to say, like, a common fan theory is that Obi-Wan, because he fights differently in Episode 1 than he does in 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And the common fan theory is because of what he saw happen to Qui-Gon is why he shifted his focus to Form 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So Form 4, Ataru.
Yep.
People often say, oh, Qui-Gon is the, go-to master of Ataru. It's like,
no.
Sure. I mean, if you want, but honestly, Yoda's better at exemplifying it, in my opinion.
Yes.
Ataru's whole thing is essentially using the Force to augment your physical capabilities in the fight. Like in Episode 2, when you see Yoda like parkouring all over the place, leaping 3 times his height frequently in his fight with Dooku, like that's Ataru.
Well,
that is, just tapping into the Force to be your steroid booster shot.
Qui-Gon.
Go ahead.
Well, Qui-Gon did Ataru, but he used the Force differently. Mm-hmm. Like, he used it in a much more, precise manner.
Yes. Whereas Yoda being Yoda, just like, all right, Grandpa Yoda needs his booster now. Give me a lot of that Force. Hey, Dooku boy.
Yoda was fucking Popeye eating his spinach. Right? Where Qui-Gon was just like, yeah, I would take a sniff of this cocaine and, I'm going to be a little bit loose. I'm going to be a little bit spicy. Because Qui-Gon, let's be realistic, he was a gray Jedi.
Yes.
Which Dooku originally was before he became a dark Jedi. I don't think he was ever a Sith.
No, he was never a Sith. Especially with the new canon, he was never a Sith.
Yeah. Well, even in the old canon, he was never a Sith. Really. he just because he was only doing that to fight the Sith originally. Like in the old canon, he was trying to overthrow the Sith and using his dark knowledge to do that.
And that's exactly why Dooku's such a compelling character to me, is because he was an idealist. He's someone who he became a servant of Sidious because he saw what was happening and he was hoping to minimize the damage. Like every good, awesome Sith is a great example of road to hell paved with good intentions. Like the reason Cadius is so cool to me is like he was seeing the makings of another galactic civil war. Corellia wanted independence and was, engaging in terrorist actions, and Luke tried diplomacy, failed. Leia tried politics, sanctions and this and that, failed. And, he had already been through a few wars. So at that point, like it's, the dark side will give me the strength I need to prevent this conflict.
Yeah. And well, with Dooku in particular, you have literally over a decade of him saying, dude, the Sith are around.
Mm-hmm. Well, he left the Order shortly after Episode 1.
Yep.
And I was going to say, like, it isn't hyperbole to say that the Republic was corrupt at that point.
Oh, God, no. No, that's not...
I mean, that being said,
fact.
a lot of the flagship members of the CIS certainly weren't beacons of integrity either. The Banking Guild, the Trade Federation, the Techno Union. Doesn't take a, mad scientist in order to see, like, well, big business. Let's see, the military-industrial complex. But there were plenty of systems that did join that just felt like our voices aren't being heard in the Republic.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the CIS was not the good guys. Dooku
Neither
was.
Were the Republic.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. There was no good guy on either side of that war, but both sides saw themselves as the good guys. That's what Palpatine...
There's an episode in Star Wars Rebels that illustrates that really well. Long story short, are you aware of a certain clone showing up in Rebels as a frequent character?
Rex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Essentially, Rex and Kanan and Ezra are checking out an old base from the Clone Wars for supplies. And turns out a commander droid and its battalion set up shop there. So, obviously they fall in the trap, and then the Empire shows up. And essentially, like, Ezra pretty much like, hey, well, and Kanan and Rex are like, like, no, we'd never work with the droid. And the droid's like, why would I work with my enemies? And Ezra's like, you idiots. Can't you tell, like, that whole conflict was engineered to weaken the galaxy as a whole? Like, the Empire came in, the Republic didn't win, the CIS didn't win. You both lost. The only winner was Palpatine.
One of my favorite things, I forget the name of the clone, but so he was, like, basically he was too beefy and too strong and aggressive, right? And basically the Kaminoans were going to kill him. But that was when the CIS attack on Kamino happened. Or no, it wasn't the CIS attack. It was just immediately, like, post Order 66. And like that guy, Kadak, that's what his name was, got off the fucking planet and wound up on a different planet. And basically, he was one of the original rebel leaders. And Vader wound up. This was shortly after he became Vader. You know, he found this dude. And fucking Kadak, this fucking. He was an absolute unit. He was like fucking 2 fucking clone troopers in one. He was fucking jacked. He was smart and like super fucking chill. But like everyone said he was the super violent, evil asshole. And fucking Kadak squared up to Vader. And Vader was just like, look, I want these. I want a bunch of these. Make me more of these. And then he wound up having to kill him. And Vader was sad about it because, you know, Vader likes the clones. Because, you know, he's still Anakin deep down.
Yeah. And that's something the Marvel comics do really, really well.
Yeah, they do. That is something I am very in favor of. The way they portray Vader as actually how he is, oh, I love that.
I mean, he is an evil man, a monster, really. But there are times, brief times, where Anakin shows up, and then Vader crushes him in short order.
Yeah.
Like in Vader Dark Lord of the Sith, I think it's like issue 5, where he's corrupting the crystal. Like, my first read through, I was like, what the fuck is going? What the fuck is... Oh, that was well played, Marvel. Well played.
Midnight?
Wow, Midnight.
Are you here?
It took you 4 hours, but you're in. Hey, man. Bye, man.
Yeah, that wasn't Midnight.
Please let me say. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's one of those things where it's like Vader he took the 501st, and his battalion was always clones because the Empire still had clones being made. They did. They had their own clone producing facilities. Canonically, the 501st, when he got it, was all clones, and it stayed almost entirely clones.
I will accept it was all clones when he got it.
It was almost entirely clones when he ran it. It was mostly clones. Until he died, it was Vader's fist.
I know, but I'm 99% sure that...
The actual troopers were mostly clones because they had their own cloning facilities. The people running the ships and whatnot were obviously not clones. His TIE fighters and interceptors and bombers were not clones, but his actual
just so I'm on the same
forces,
page, you're just saying that the 501st was primarily clones, not that every stormtrooper was okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just talking about the 501st.
Okay, I couldn't say for sure then. I just know that some people like to stormtroopers.
Oh no, most stormtroopers were not clones. That is factually accurate. Most stormtroopers were not clones. They still made those fucking clones, and they made them in multiple different varieties, but because they had their own cloning facilities. That's how the Emperor had multiple clones of himself and whatnot. But yeah, the 501st specifically, that was the only one that I'm aware of that was mostly clones.
Okay.
And that's the entire saga of Battlefront 2, the game.
Yeah. The good
was,
Battlefront 2 from 2005.
Yeah, yes, the good Battlefront 2.
Yes, that campaign was...
Yeah, that was mostly clones. There were people who weren't clones in Vader's Fist.
Well, and the reason I was hesitant to say you were right is because I was under the impression, at least the impression I got from that game, because it was always from a clone's point of view. But especially after the Empire took over, like as more and more of his brothers died, more and more new blood came in. Guys that weren't clones, people that had never seen Kamino, let alone even heard of it. People who, may have heard of the Clone Wars or been children when the Clone Wars were occurring, but had never really seen.
And that's
like they didn't remember the Grand Army of the Republic. And it became tragic because I think by the end, like he was the last clone in the 501st. And
he was the last of the original. Because they stopped making those clones on Kamino. They started making them in their own facility. And the original clones didn't count them really as their own blood because they were so much different. Because Palpatine had changed them.
Gotcha.
And not only that, they had supplemented them with, random people they recruited, and they really didn't like that. But the 501st was the only one that maintained its mostly clone status. But then there was a division between the two flavors of clones. It's actually really... I would recommend, because I could be a bit wrong about what's happening, but from what I remember, it was mostly clones, and then they took clones of the clones, essentially. And...
because that always goes well.
Yeah, and it didn't.
All right, so my voice is beginning to get a little sore.
Yeah, it's about time we should be ending.
I will wrap up with the final 3 lightsaber forms.
Yeah, all right.
Number 5 is Jem So. Anakin Skywalker, Luke Skywalker are kind of like the go-to examples of the practitioners. Its main focus, its main focus is, powerful crushing attacks, and then, turning any sort of block into an attack in regards to lightsaber on lightsaber combat. Number 6 is Naman. I can't think of any, go-to examples of practitioners, but it's all about blending use of the Force with the lightsaber, like, pushing, pulling, lifting objects, throwing the lightsaber and directing it. And then number 7, it isn't a real lightsaber form, in my opinion. Sort of like how Mace Windu got a purple lightsaber because Samuel L. Jackson was like, hey, can I get a purple lightsaber?
Mm-hmm.
They also decided that Mace Windu is so cool. Oh, he gets his own lightsaber form because he's literally the only canonical user of it. Vapad.
Yeah.
And what's Vapad? You play chicken with the dark side. You give in to your dark intentions a little bit and tap into that strength. But you only flirt. You don't go full dark side. You only flirt.
Just to end this, I just want to say, Plo Koon, without flirting with the dark side, while being the most beloved general of the clones, to the point where they used to paint his fucking face on their armor and their fucking starships and whatnot. Like, that man had Force Judgment, which is the light side version of Force Lightning.
Yep.
one of the few people ever to have that. Because Plo Koon is that fucking moral and that fucking, like, I'm just saying.
I mean, he was Dave Filione's favorite Jedi. That wasn't
Ooh.
a A-lister. Mine's CSC 10.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, CC 10's fucking... Yeah, CC 10's fucking great.
Well, and you have a wonderful night as well, Bugs. Like, what cemented 10 for me was the old Batchkey Clone Wars series in season 2.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh man, this dude's a really awesome pilot, and then he lands on a, heavily damaged Venator Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
It's like, Trooper, report. Sir, we're abandoning ship. It's lost. Then it's time to get a new one. Prepare to board.
Yeah.
It's like, I need fuel and I need weapons. We got neither. Well, we need to get some. That are better.
Yeah. That's the thing. CC10 is just like fucking. He's fucking practical, and he's just like, yeah, let's fucking do this shit. And
Mandalorian Jedis canonically happened once now, but if they were a thing, CSC-10 would be a Mandalorian Jedi.
Yeah, he's the exact opposite of Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah, Ki-Adi-Mundi is a philosopher Jedi.
Yeah.
Ki-Adi-Mundi is like Socrates and your weed man.
Yeah.
With a lightsaber.
Yeah, and the clones hated him, obviously. Like, the clones loved CC-10 and Plo Koon and Obi-Wan.
Anakin and Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
and Ahsoka.
Anakin and Ahsoka.
The 18. They loved the 18.
Yeah.
They loved Jedi that not necessarily relished in violence, but embraced the warrior culture that the clones were raised in, and that, frankly, being a soldier necessitated.
Yeah, because, Obi-Wan really kind of... He was great for that, because, like, he was just like, yeah, I'll use a blaster. Like, and I'm going to be good at it, too. Right?
The tragedy of the Clone Wars is that we never got Dirge.
Well, we kind of did in the cartoons.
Okay. I'm talking
we
the
got
canonical.
A little bit of Dirge.
We got a little bit of Dirge in the Batchkey cartoons, but not the canonical ones.
Yeah, we got it in the real canon, not the Disney canon, unfortunately.
But in the Dark Horse Clone Wars comics, like when you first are introduced to Dirge,
yeah,
like he gives Obi-Wan a concussion with these bolas.
Yeah.
And like not 2 pages earlier, Cody is giving Kenobi crap of like, General, aren't you worried that you aren't wearing enough armor? What are you talking about, Cody? I'm wearing the breastplate that you insisted upon, and I have my lightsaber. You should be wearing a helmet too, sir. And then, of course, once they drive Dirge off, he's like, General Kenobi, are you reconsidering that helmet?
Yeah. I love Cody. And Rex is... Okay, we're going on a tangent we should end. But, like, Rex is great because Rex is around in Return of the Jedi. Like, I just want everyone to know, when you see the posters of, like, the bald guy with the fucking hat and the white beard, that's Rex.
Grandpa Rebel.
Yeah.
Rebel Grandpa is now canonically Rex from the Clone Wars.
Well, here's the thing. That was hinted at and more or less said in Legacy. And then that's the best thing I think Disney did, was cement that as that is 100% him. And because, like, it was like 98% him. But, like, now that they've just straight up been like, yeah, that's him, 100%, I'm like, yes. Thank you. you've done good, Disney. You've done good on everything except the sequel trilogy.
Yep.
And that's what pisses me off.
All right, guys. This has been Blasphemy and Brews. Thank you for sticking with us. We apologize for the 2.5, 3 hour Star Wars rant we went on. We don't apologize. Not at
all. All right. Well, thank you for being with me, Steve. I'm going to have a couple days off in a row if you want to just do... Honestly, if you just want to do a talk about Star Wars in the next day or two, we can just do a fucking Star Wars stream.
All right. Well, I will get back to you about that. I need sleep.
All right. Yeah, you go to bed. I'll talk at you later, bud.
All right. See ya.
All right.